everybody, what's going on? It's been a little while since we got to stream this, so it's really cool. No, Gerbil, I didn't make that song. That would be super cool. That's originally from Deus Ex, which is why I can't use it for this one. And I wanted to say thanks for the follow there, Chip Chirp. Welcome aboard. Yeah, that's why I can't use it on stream here. We didn't record that Sojourn campaign. I wish we did, but we ran it kind of like it was sort of like an early practice thing. So I always make these little intros and stuff for all the campaigns I run. So that's the one I did for that one. Some of them are like really like slapped together and some are much more detailed. Hey, what's up, Squiff? Good to see you here. Super cool. Yeah, this is gonna be a fun one. I think we haven't got to play Chronicle in a little bit, so it'll be neat to get back into it, to get back into the story, and we'll get to that in just a moment. But first, let's go through the paces. Oh god! Oh god! Bringing it back. I was like, I made your screen all big too, like right before you did that. So you.
What happened?
What? Huh? I don't know. All right, so anyway, well met. I'm Cynical. Welcome to my channel. And this here all around us is Chronicle. This is actually Chronicle Season 2 now. This will be Season 2, Episode 3, or just better known as Episode 9 of the show in general, or whatever, however you want to categorize it. We kind of put a split there after Episode 6 to denote Seasons 1 and 2 because of what was kind of changing in the story and the big beats that they got now that they have their own ship and everything. They had this big kind of climax with a volcano, but we'll get to all that. We should probably do a little bit of recapping, more than we normally do in this episode, just because there's been a bit of a gap, and we'll just kind of talk about it and make it a conversation. But before we do that, we'll just go ahead and do our standard intro that we do, and explain that Chronicle is a Mongoose Traveller 2nd edition campaign set in our version of the 3rd Imperium universe. And we're all kind of new to Traveller, though we're getting more and more comfortable with it now, that's for sure. We're using a few optional rules, so don't be surprised if you see something that doesn't quite seem right. Maybe you'll be able to help us in some of these instances. But because this is a tabletop role-playing stream, we'll mostly be focusing on the game. And so if you don't get a response in chat right away, just know that we really appreciate you being here and taking part in Chronicle. Everyone is welcome. Let's just keep it civil out there, but let's get to the important stuff now. Oh yes, Cliff. Yeah, let's get to the important stuff now. These are my friends here next to me. That would put them, wait, that's the wrong way. They'll be over here. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta get used to like pointing towards the mic for you on this one, because it's the opposite direction on Screen Room. But we'll get to that in a second here. But yeah, these are my friends, and we're carrying on what is now a decades-long tradition of us playing RPGs together. We're calling it CoFH RPG because of our group name, CoFH RPG. Let's just take a moment to introduce each of them and their characters a little bit, and maybe talk a little bit about how the characters got together once again, just to catch us back up, right, with how everything has gone in the campaign so far. So, just when you thought it was safe to roll the dice, steps in my longtime pal and proficiently problematic player, Lord Venom 1. Tell us a bit about yourself and your character and where they come from, and how you guys got together. We'll connect some of these dots.
Hey, I'm Lord Venom 1. It's good to be back. It's really my first streaming venture here with this campaign. Having fun with that. I played Dixon Matthews, a hard-boiled detective from Tarkeen. His first career, he was, lived on those streets and saw all that humanity has to offer, good and bad. He was in a big case, put away, a pretty bad dude. But before he could see him behind bars, his crew struck back at Dixon out of spite. There was a bomb that went off, and Dixon lost his hand and one of his arms while he was in the hospital recovering. That's when he took stock of his life and what he had seen. Decided he was interested in a pursuing a different way. Started sending letters to some of these guys, Ryder in particular. Just kind of putting some feelers out, which sort of started some of the ball rolling with linking up and becoming travelers. I'll leave it with that.
All right.
No,
that's pretty cool.
Left hand is damaged, so he has a hidden laser pistol in his left hand. His right hand is fully replaced by a big, ugly military grade combat arm, which is very helpful, but pretty jarring.
Yeah, and you lucked out, and then that ended up being paid for, right, by the police force you worked for, right?
He had to fight in court, even for that, even to get a 50% payment, and that was 50% part of what really said, I'm done with copping. I'm kind of done with all this shit, because after giving 15 years, it was like they didn't care once I was no longer useful, and that's when I started to think about how could I get on the high side of life. That's where it's got me thinking about traveling.
No squiff. It's more like RoboCop's leg, I think, right? Where it kind of like pops out and pops into your hand.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a hidden pistol that could fly out. His hand is like a seam, and it separates and comes out, and it's basically a semi-normal hand. But
all right, I remember you describing it like splits in the middle down like that, right? When it comes out, it separates it.
But difficult to detect without advanced scanners.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So following that is my good friend and fellow member of Screen Room, and also a streamer in his own right, MadCow234. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and your character Ryder over there, and how he kind of connected over here with some of these other guys to some degree. And at the end of wrapping everybody up, we'll kind of casually talk about that in more detail when we do our actual. Oh man, something crazy just happened outside. When we do our actual recap. That was super loud.
Yeah, it was. So I'm Mad Cow. I stream on my channel. Gonna get back into it this week after taking a little bit of a break for some personal issues, and I am streaming right now from Ryder's perspective. We also do Screen Room on Sundays and Wednesdays. Society and Cynical there and myself do that, and Psycho Mods over there, and we hang out and watch movies on Wednesdays and Star Trek on Sundays. Come hang out there with us as well. So as far as my character, Ryder Young, so he's kind of former Army, former Navy, tried out for the Navy 3 times in a row, finally made it at the end, became a drifter there in the middle, lost his eye, had Roman give me a fake eye, so it's not special, it doesn't shoot lasers or anything cool like that, but it's purple, so it's kind of cool. Ryder's just kind of a kind of little grizzled but optimistic, seen a lot, waits for the group a lot of times, listens to everybody's perspective, and tries to form some kind of a path ahead. After I got called by Dixon, I called up Roman, because he's definitely the best doctor that I know, and that's kind of how Roman and Sterulia joined the group. So I'll let him go from there.
All right. You can also see, if you want more detail on their individual characters, in the upper left corner of each of their screens, though it's somewhat difficult to see on some of them unless they stand in the middle of it or whatever. There's a string of characters, and yeah, that's basically hexadecimal conversion for what their individual stats are line by line. That's a kind of a unique thing that Traveller does that I've never really seen another system kind of interpret stats that way. But for example, it would go in order of strength, dex, endurance, intellect, education, social. Then there would be a dash. And then after that, you have psionics, which is going to be a question mark for all of them since they've never been tested. Then morale, luck, sanity, and charm. So just if you ever need to like know what the stats are for some reason, they're there. It's kind of cool. Just hidden away.
Roman, he would put a laser in my eye that
Sure, I'll
wouldn't
give
hurt
you the order.
anyone. So I'd stand there and shoot someone with it, and they'd just be like,
"What's happening?
What are you doing?"
And they're like, it's a little laser pointer.
It's a laser sight.
So the order once again, Gerbil, is strength, dexterity, endurance, intellect, education, social, which is social standing, and then a dash, and then psionics, morale, luck, sanity, and charm. So those last ones after the dashes are essentially those are optional stats that exist from the companion book, the Traveler's Companion book. Strength, dex, endurance, intellect, education, social, psi, morale, luck, sanity, charm. Yep. That's correct. We should pin that, shouldn't we? We should pin that somewhere somehow. We should make that like a thing that people can get up there with a bot message or something.
True.
It's a good point. But yeah, that's what they are. In case anybody was super confused by that, which sounds like it is pretty confusing. So, but next up, my Nakama from Another Mama, it's Society Streams, also a fellow member of Screen Room and an independent streamer himself. Tell us a bit about yourself and your character over there. You've got a lot going on with this one, so let's hear it.
What's up, everyone? I play Roman Boar.
It's a good idea, Squid.
I have pretty extensive background worked up for the people that he
I'll make the command.
kind of comes from, like a hardy race of
Trying
people
something.
that carved a life for themselves basically through like a corporate takeover scheme. Like it's really really interesting, honestly. But you know, it's been multiple generations now since they've founded themselves as a free people on this planet. And
So they've kind of developed their own culture over there, right?
Exactly, yeah. It's a really isolated culture too, so it's got some basis in a lot of you know, a lot of the peoples came from well-traveled areas originally, so it wasn't like they didn't know anything in the universe. But they did get an opportunity to develop like their own holidays, and
They're not on any expo routes, so they always get the news last and stuff. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's like
yeah, they're pretty
you get the vids once every few years or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, it's when you get to see the new movies, kind of thing. Yeah, if at all. Yeah.
In the,
Space Iceland.
Yeah. So, Roman kind of saw a way that he could be able to help people on his own because of the lack of help that he saw coming from the outside. It was basically like a motivator. And so he tried to get into school, get higher education, and becoming a physician, which he was successful in. You know,
you may notice that there's only one F on that stat block, and it's Romans, and it's in the education.
Yeah.
I mean, so that effectively means he has a 15 education, which is about as high as you can roll a stat period in the game. It's technically higher than you can actually roll. You have to get pluses through character creation to get it that high. So yeah, that's like an uncanny number.
I rolled the absolute highest medic ability score you could get in character creation.
Yeah, he rolled some ridiculous rolls on that character creation.
Like, I was capped off basically. Like, so he became a motherfucking doctor and became pretty renowned for a lot of his research on xenobiology and similarities in medical treatments, things like that. He started branching out from that after a while, that physician work where he's working for like corporations, and started deciding that he maybe wanted to like find a crew and kind of explore things on his own. And through a
But you're doing like frontier medicine stuff, right? Like traveling around and
new species, new sophonts, new xenos, like anything I can find.
That was your whole specialization, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, alien biology, basically. So through a series of unfortunate events, he kind of found himself in a really, really low, dark place and decided to drown himself with alcohol, comfort thing that he had gone to most of his life. And that's when he basically got the invitation to join Ryder's crew, basically, in this venture. And it seemed like, you know, when Destiny calls for real, and you're like, well, that seems a little too uncanny. I might as well answer that. So here we are trying to make something for ourselves, I guess.
Awesome, yeah.
Thorough way to self-destruct.
Go to exotic worlds, meet interesting xenos, do fascinating autopsy. So Roman's like
audience.
Roman's super like passive too, for the most part, right? He's like very much dedicated to try and do no harm. That whole ethos, yeah. Which is an interesting character perk. Did that command work? Oh, it did.
Yeah, third time's the charm.
Yeah, good job, you three.
Yeah, Roman's pretty fun to play.
There we go.
He's got a lot of hurdles.
So there's the order. You can do stats.
Hell yeah, awesome.
Oh,
Makes a lot of sense stuff.
Forgot he bought that grenade launcher.
Yeah, after that first incident at the farm, it was kind of like, wow, okay, I might need to be a little bit.
Yeah, that became a war zone pretty quickly.
But as far as Ryder's eye, I mean, every doctor does leave behind.
Extremely not good.
So we don't know what's going on with your eye exactly.
It's true. That's true.
Okay.
So last but not least, lurking in the shadows, ready to strike, we have Psycho Cough, one of my oldest friends and a moderator not only for this channel, but also the Screen Room community. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself, your character, and connect a few dots here.
Well, I don't know about dots, but or the connecting thereof. Hi, I'm Psycho. I'm a gamer. I mostly just play video games, but I also play in and GM or DM some tabletop games like Pathfinder, Dungeons and Dragons, that sort of thing. And as Cynical said, I mod this in Screen Room, and this Wednesday my game is pushed to Thursday, so I'll actually be able to show up for what looks like will be the Aliens 3 movie.
Oh yeah. It looks like Alien 3 is winning over on Screen Room right now.
Yeah, it's winning by a lot. So
yeah, I think it's probably what we'll be watching on Wednesday. That'll be cool.
So I'm looking forward to that this week.
Very fun, absolutely.
And my character is Steruya, an Oslon.
Wow, it is winning by
alien race with a lot of cat-like features. She's mostly a merchant. That's a pretty good picture. Mostly a merchant, and joined the group through her interactions with Dr. Roman Bohr, who helped teach her some of the more human languages of the I forget the exact name of them, Gaganglic or something like that.
Yeah, specifically the dialect you speak is a dialect of Anglic called Gaganglic, which is based off of kind of an ancient version of English, is used as a trade language amongst many of the human civilizations, including being the primary language of the Third Imperium, which is kind of why it's been spread out and used so much. Is the Third Imperium very early on adapted it and kind of and pushed it out there. The First Imperium did even. It's carried on from that time.
Yeah.
Though it's changed and morphed a lot from what we would think of as English.
But after joining the crew, Stayru quickly discovered that she had a lot more duties than just ship's merchant. She's also the computer programmer, the engineer, the astrogator. Like, she does almost everything.
Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Deweedlepine. Thanks for the follow.
But she constantly worries about how we're going to pay for the ship that we acquired.
You did buy the most expensive one. That's for sure.
It was the best one there.
That's kind of how it works.
It was the only good one there.
Well, you know, it was pretty good. And all the others were, there were a couple others that were pretty good.
Earth-shattering quirks.
It was like kind of the safest bet for in terms of not having bad quirks. But some of them quirks on the others weren't real bad. They just would have cost a bit of money to replace.
That like made jump drive fail randomly.
That one was real bad. That one was real bad. But that wasn't the one that that's like the one you were like riding on to get there.
Oh,
yeah. Like that wasn't one of the ones to buy at the shop, basically.
The Vagabond was that it came with upgraded computers.
Yeah, it's true. There's when you roll in the quirk table. Hey, J5.
Damn.
When you roll in the quirk table, you have a very small chance of getting a positive quirk that actually results in something good. And you that ship got the a single system is upgraded one, and you just roll which system, and it ended up being computer, so just one tier above what it was.
A holographic interface, man.
Yeah, it's a nice one. You do have nice bridge systems and stuff. That is true.
You don't have enough people to fucking crew it, though. I feel like
it's like you're kind of like right on the edge of being able to run it, right? Because it's not like it's a huge liner that needs way more people, but you're kind of like right on this weird edge.
Too stressed out and quits. We're fucked.
Yeah, you definitely have a problem with like anybody taking any kind of leave or anything. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if that's even possible.
Yeah,
scheme for the ship. That's a good idea. So. Paint scheme is a good idea. Okay, well, with that introduction of all of our players and their characters, let's go ahead and get into the intro. And let me pull this up, and we'll go ahead and do that. When we get back from that, we'll do a little bit more of a recap and jump into the game proper. See you in a few.
The descendants of humanity. Trillions of lives scattered among the stars. Tens of thousands of years ago, humans were transplanted to those stars by an elder species, long since extinct, whose ruins now dot thousands of worlds. In the Terran year of 2088 AD, jump drive was first discovered by scientists in the Sol system. Humans from Earth traveled to the stars and found them crowded with life, both strange and familiar. Discovering their ancient brethren transplanted among the sea of stars. 3,526 years later, we stand at the height of the Third Imperium, in what we now call 1105 IC on the Imperial calendar. A feudalistic union claiming thousands of worlds, governed by their local nobility and operating largely free from oversight, restricted by convention and feudal obligation alone. Power and wealth are controlled by feudal lords and megacorporations, titans plotting for control and funding secret wars. Slipping through the cracks, we find the free traders, travelers, and vagabonds, taking what work they can find in order to stay free and keep flying. We follow one such group, trying to get by on the fringes of known space, where life is cheap. A ship will bring you opportunities, and a weapon will help you hold on to them. This is their Chronicle.
All right. We're back. The fins. That's good.
J5's internet,
Yeah, that sucks. I have the bit rate at 6,000 because my internet handles it really well, which increases the quality a little bit. But the issue is that it does mean that there's a little bit more data at 1080p for you to download. So it might make it slightly harder on the hotel internet. But at least we look crisper, I guess. You know.
and it's hotel internet. Fuck him.
Fuck him. He'll be on his real shit soon. But you can always just lower the quality a little bit, and that should set. If you drop it on 720p, that'll probably handle it, I would guess. Or maybe if you set it on auto, it might work. Though I don't think the auto thing works that well, if I'm being honest. So, getting back into it, let's pull this back up. Right. Now, low bandwidth BS has been an issue for me all week. Yeah, I bet, dude, it sucks. Hotel internet it's a shame that hotel internet is as bad as it is. Right. So I don't know how much you want me to go through the written intro and stuff that we've done. I have the thing that I said during the season 2 opener I could do a little bit of because of the opening, but I don't think we need to go quite that far back. I just think maybe if you guys want to fill in a few details as we go. But after coming together and traveling together for a few months now, the events of which have unfolded, resulted in the saving of quite a few people. In fact, in a certain town here in this subsector of space, when you had to deal with essentially a volcano, you essentially fought a volcano in a manner of speaking.
Kicked its fucking ass.
Volcano did manage to erupt, but you did save all the people that were in its blast radius, basically, initially. The town of Walston, the small world of Walston, really, with a very small population of people now, considering you essentially big damn heroes. You continued on, made your way back to Flammarion, or to Flammarion, with the now retrieved vessel, completing your contract, still holding on to these fuel vouchers given to you by the patron on which gave you the initial contract, and buying your ship. Getting passengers, picking up one strange passenger in particular, and finding some usable and particularly valuable cargo to pick up for purchase. On the planet of Flammarion, you left and not without a little bit of fanfare, as the passenger that the strange one you took with you, you were requested not to by one individual, and yet kind of requested to, and get them the hell out of their hair by the scout services. The individual first requested you not to is from a large mega corporation that had an interest, Ling Standard Products. And after all this traveling together for months, we find ourselves here in the middle of jump space and in a little bit of a crisis. So last we left off, we were aboard the Vagabond. Our crew of travelers had just dealt with a mysterious attack and the further reveal of the psionics by their aforementioned strange passenger to some of the other passengers. A mysterious missing low berth passenger, an attack by stealthy alien insect-like creatures in the middle of jump space from within the ship itself. The growing clues about the strange psionic passenger that you took on at Flammarion, and the eventual finding of your missing passenger as a corpse on top of your cargo, along with an open crate filled with what seemed to be strange hatched eggs. And that is where we left off in our last session. And once again, where we'll pick up this one. So, if there's any holes that you guys want to plug in there. What was that?
Do you remember who was in the cargo hold with the eggs?
Do I remember who was? Oh, you mean which one of you, the player characters, was in there? I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Dixon.
It was just Dixon in there.
Dixon was the one who crawled up on top of the thing, was doing the investigating, and looked down and saw the body.
The plant guy.
Oh yeah, okay, because you.
Yeah, you were with him.
Check out the ball, the mysterious ball that we also have discovered from our initial Session 0 mission and Session 1 mission that we recovered off the mountain, the artifact. And now I can't remember his name. Who's our passenger?
Joseph Wells.
No, Joseph Wells, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Wells could sense that thing, even though it was invisible.
No, not that guy. The other guy. Yes, that guy.
Yeah. So yeah, he could actually sense the thing, even though it was invisible.
About the size of a watermelon squiff.
And you took him to go look
A little bigger.
the hole, and you went from there, Dixon?
Well, I was all over. But
And there were only the 3 eggs, right?
There's shells that he saw in there. He doesn't know how many total eggs are.
Shells.
there
was 3.
He killed 3 upstairs.
And there was 1 in the with Ryder.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's at least 4 that we know of.
I want to make sure that for every dead bug, there's an egg.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
We'll get to that as we get into the scene, because the last thing that happened was Dixon looking down in this great discovery and these broken shells of eggs and stuff on the bottom, as well as this kind of just disarray of like shredded up supplies and stuff that was down in the crate itself. And then kind of looking through all this, like, what the hell? Because the first thing he saw was the open crate. And then he pulled his eyes up and saw the body, and that's where we picked up, or that's where we're picking up. So we'll go ahead and let me do this first. Let's get into jump space.
And by the way, Ryder is recovering from near death.
Yeah, we'll get to that too.
Maybe. He's trying to recover.
Hanging out with Mishka.
Oh,
Hanging
you
out with
treated
Mishka.
you though already, right? You're in the...
On my sheet it says 0 endurance. So I'm not.
You were healing still. It wasn't. You weren't done going through the. It was gonna take a couple days with it, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's really injured. It's gonna take
You're
a
fucked.
while.
I feel like I lost something and it needs to be robotic. Right? Didn't that happen? I feel like
No, you didn't have any like lingering injuries and lose anything. You just wanted to get more parts. You can do that too if you want to, but you have to go like get an actual cybernetic, right? And pay for it. All right. So with that, our camera will zoom in to the scene here. Dixon flat against, kind of crawling on top of these crates, looking down on this one. There's not a lot of distance between the ceiling of the cargo hold and the top of the crates on which you crawl now. Looking down, your eyes peel up, and there's this body of this female passenger, her head twisted at this impossible angle. And that's where we pick up. So go ahead. You're in character now. If you would like to communicate anything to the others, feel free to do so.
What the hell? I'm gonna take a good look at the body. So it appears to be that person, the missing girl, Miss Larson.
The person, well, she's not that old.
Passenger.
Yeah, Miss Larson.
It does to your perception look like, oh, animal attack.
Respect, right?
are you okay? Is everything okay over there? Whew. Look dangerous.
Oh, that's funny. His giant beast came by and just smacked us. Xenos!
Xenos. Oh no. Protect the Velveeta.
Dixon, no.
Protect the Velveeta.
Deploy the laser eye.
But as far as you can tell, I mean, I'm not saying that
Laser
is
sight
Miss
eye.
Larson, but the passenger who was marked as Miss Larson for you, it does seem to be her, as best you can tell from this angle. As I said, she looks kind of chewed up and her head twisted at this odd angle. It's a little bit, you know, it's not like perfectly lit in here. You probably have like a flashlight or something that you're looking down these crates with, and you shine it on her, and you can, as far as you can tell, it's her. She's the same type of jumpsuit she was wearing. I have a sandwich.
Get in here. Somebody help me with
Don't
these
forget about it.
boxes.
How are you communicating that?
I'm just yelling.
Who's in the ship's hold with you?
I'm assuming. I mean, that door is
Nobody.
open-ish.
He's yelling at him. Don't we have, don't we all have comm dots? I bought
Could
some
you
of those shits, right?
please?
No, it's just me and you, man.
What?
Nothing's
I thought we
changed
got.
since last
Oh,
time
no,
we
I have
brought
one
this
too.
fuck
We
over
talked-
here.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
So
we
technically,
talked about it though, because they're like 10 credits each.
Wait, didn't
I
I
think
give
You'd
you
all
mine
have comm dots.
Dixon, I think I loaned you mine.
Joseph Wells is not with you down here. Keep that in mind. So, what had happened? Because I didn't go into a lot of detail.
Been a while.
Last session, there was the fight down here on this level that Ryder was in and got really hurt in, and Mishka ran in there and kind of squared off and saved Ryder's life, and Mishka almost died too. That's why she's also in the sick bay, 'cause she was like very close to death. Up on the level above, there were 3 others that Wells all fought using psionics, and that's what the passengers saw and were freaked out by and stuff when they, especially when the one guy was like across the hall, and though he killed the 3 upstairs, and he himself, if you remember, I think it was Roman that was up there, he kind of started to like fade and get weird, and the plant was like shriveling and growing out to fill this space, and you closed the door so they wouldn't see what was going on in there. But it seemed like he was like either really badly injured, or like, because he was, but you couldn't like do anything. You didn't understand what was even going on. It wasn't like there was even like blood, right? Just strange light and stuff from these wounds that he had, and he seemed very weak and wasn't able to like project himself as well as he has been, and like to be able to speak as well as he has been, and to be able to kind of in general even move as well as he had been around the area and stuff.
In his room, right?
Yeah, and so he was like laying down in there, and you kind of saw him go sort of strange looking as you were closing the thing, and the thing started growing and twisting inside. The plant was reacting, so you basically closed the door right as people were like, what the hell's going on in there? And you're like, nothing, ignore it.
That's service.
Yeah, I didn't get a really good look at it because I was just like, I knew it was weird as fuck, so I didn't want anyone else to see.
Yeah, and so that's what happened with you. The last thing we had was Dixon crawling in there doing an investigation by himself, I believe, in the cargo bay, and that's when you found the body. So I just want to pick up where I want to pick up with Dixon on top of the thing to answer that question.
Like I gave Dixon my comm because he didn't have one, but I don't remember if that was last time or not. Okay, it's still on my sheet, so we'll just pretend or just assume that it didn't happen.
It's on your sheet, and it's on your character. If you want to give it to somebody, you need to put it on their sheet.
I would like to try to like bring down the body and the crate of eggs down to the ground level where I can get a better look at them without disturbing them too much.
Okay, so you, I believe, on this ship have a cargo crane, right?
I think we do though.
I'm asking. Like, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, we have a crane.
Yeah, we do.
Definitely.
I thought you did for the loading and stuff. It's
I
one
had
of
to double check.
the add-ons.
Yeah, it's there.
Okay, so if you have a cargo crane, you can You can move the whole crate down with basically no rolls or anything at all. It just takes a minute. Moving the body will require you to... Yeah. Moving the body will not require any rolls, but you'll have to, like, kind of crawl up to it and grab it and start dragging it or something. Or push it. I don't know. What are you doing?
I will try to, like, pick it up as carefully as possible and bring it down. You
said there was gnaw marks on it?
Combat arm is the...
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a great view because he's, like, kind of away from it now. He's crawling up to it now. All right, so you crawl up to it to see it. Go ahead and, see. Yeah, I'm not going to require you to roll it since you're so close to it. Let's just place you on top of the crate here.
Oh, right. I'm still in the cockpit because...
Yeah.
Someone has to...
Does the comm dot have a laser sight? So as you get close to the person now, you can see that not only is her head twisted strangely to the side and she's dead, and her limbs are stiff like she's undergone like rigor mortis. And her entire opening from here to here is just splayed open. All the way from bottom of navel, like basically right before the pelvis, all the way to like the seam of the throat. All the ribs are sprayed out and bent slightly, not broken, but bent, the way bones shouldn't bend. Even you can recognize that without like a medical roll. Even the dumb detective.
Those insides look funny.
Please, I see this on the daily.
Yes.
Speaking of rigor mortis, what's the time on that kind of thing?
I do love that we started this because last session was 21 days ago, and then since then we watched Aliens, and now we're gonna watch Alien 3 next week, and all this is happening. It's very serendipitous.
Connected. Yeah.
How long, given that rigor mortis is setting in, what does that imply in terms of time frame?
That I would require you to roll on like a medic knowledge. I guess that's true.
Not alien
well,
crime.
I would say you could. Are you still moving her? I mean, I'm saying first of all, it's a mess, right? So are you gonna drag her down, or what exactly are you doing?
You're dragging her down.
All right.
Move it. It's crime scene 101. You don't move.
It's not a crime scene. It's not a crime scene. In the sense that
it's a mess.
I mean, we're not gonna have the authorities come on and like do an investigation.
All right.
We're gonna
move the
space
body,
this.
So I'm not gonna make you roll. I'm not gonna make you roll to have to do it. But what I am gonna do is give you a athletics roll to like do it without getting real gross. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, we get you.
Until you said that.
Picking up what you put.
Xenocrimes.
All right.
Build a space.
All right, so marginal failure. So you pull her down, but then when you're getting down from the top of the crates, basically here, you slip somewhat, kind of fall down the last little bit, and the body kind of falls on top of you, splaying out this black viscous blood that leaks onto your pants and stuff and down your shirt. You can see as the body hits, there's a slight crunching sound as it hits the ground, as some of the bones now that are bent strangely just shatter. The body is like face down, kind of on top of you, like half on top of you, like laying, like if you're like this, it's laying like this, right? Like not like straight on top of you, just like this.
That would be gross.
And you push it off and like and you know, covered in goo.
All right. Well, I will respectively try to get out from under this
Careful.
creature. Yeah, probably just leave her. Go to the door. Doc, you wanna take a look at this? And then I'll go to the crane and go ahead and do the crane business.
So there's got to be ship comms. There has got to be ship comms.
Yeah, we talked about. So let's say there's a ship comm at the door, and I'll hit the panel.
Yeah, we were talking about being at like every entrance to the different areas, like a little intercom panel.
I want to get in here.
Yeah, all right. Would it ping where he is? Do you think? So I could just see.
I mean, it's an intercom, so it probably just tells you which unit is connected. So you're like, oh, it's cargo when it's like a little light that's lit up or something.
That's exactly what I was hoping for. So I'm just gonna head right there then.
So let's move him to the. Since you're here, let's put you at this one.
Well, yeah, medbay's on the same floor. He's literally just down the hall. He could yell at you.
Roman,
Well,
don't leave me. I'm
iris
dying.
valves. I don't know if you could yell very easily, but
I got the fog of war. I can't really. I'm still learning the layout. I didn't know he was below like on this floor.
that's fine.
Hey, Dixon. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! You need help?
I love watching him move
What
on
did
the
you do to
thing.
this person?
Take out that stiff over there.
What did you do to this person?
It's not on you anymore. Okay.
This is your area, Doc, but seems a little unnatural to me.
Oh man, what can I tell instantly from looking at it? Like,
She's dead.
obviously I can see the bent. Can I see the bent ribs?
That's the answer to your question there, Dixon, from earlier. So she's flat down. She's flat down now, and you can just see like Dixon is covered in this like black blood. And there's this, and it's also spilled out on the floor. You go over to examine her. You can roll an investigation intellect. Yeah, you did earlier when he was looking around. It's not real bright in here because of all the crates covering up a lot of stuff, which is why Dixon also had his flashlight. So it's like kind of loose, like darkly illuminated in some parts of the cargo hold, and like pretty brightly illuminated in certain other parts of the cargo hold. There's a real stark contrast between certain areas of it. It's not very brightly colored in the interior, so it doesn't do a good job of reflecting all that light. But it's not real dark.
This Dixon, shine your light on this this fluid. This isn't blood. Can't really tell. She came from up there. I see the track marks.
Yeah, you would see the like viscera poured down the side of the
fucking
crates.
around with these crates. There's like there's shells in the crates, so
Shells.
Roll a science biology. I think since you're looking at the fluid there. Science biology intellect.
Biology or xenology?
Or education, sorry. No, just biology. Well, xenology, if you have it, could be good too, but
I have self-ontology.
at the very least, biology. Okay. That's a success. It looks like you're right. It doesn't look like it's blood. It looks like it's something else. But as you're kind of looking over the body, as you flipped it over, you can see the entire area, all of it. It's empty. There's no organs in there. All the bones seem not broken apart, but literally pushed, like they're bent around. So you're seeing kind of like a negative space on the inside. Now that you flipped it over, all this black fluid has spilled out onto the ground, whereas before, Dixon, you couldn't really see it because it was filled so much with this viscous black fluid. Now that most of it's spilled out, you can see it's utterly empty in there.
We have to make sure the passengers are locked in their rooms. I don't know what the hell this is. I don't think you said there were shells.
yeah, but
There's no organs in
here
his
I'm
body,
getting them down.
Dixon.
I'll try to use the crane to pull that crane down.
Whatever came out.
Yeah, there's no roll for that. So
Yeah, take a look. There's I'm guessing it was those creatures came out, but that doesn't explain what the fuck that is.
Right, did the creatures not come from these eggs?
Yeah, I don't know. What would that be then? And how did that thing get into our low birth pod?
This obviously isn't. Do you remember the thing that Wills told us? He said that oh my god, what's her name? Leslie?
Miss Larson.
Motherfucker. Larson? He said Larson never got on this ship.
Yeah, I had the willies ever since he said that. Yeah, I haven't forgotten that. So what the hell is this thing?
So if something came out of these things, out of this imposter thing, and then laid eggs, and then those eggs hatched, or did the eggs look like they do the?
It's only been a
I'm
week.
gonna look real quick. Do the eggs look like they came out of the body?
So now that you have it lower down here, you can see the shell of these eggs is about an inch thick or so, and it's not crispy, crackly on the outside. It's sort of squishy like flesh. As you kind of like poke and prod it and look at it, it dimples like flesh and takes a second to rebound. And there's a few times where you kind of see it kind of as you move it. The interior is sort of a dark red with these little ridges that cover the entirety of it. You can see each ridge is actually made of just thousands of these little filaments that kind of lightly move.
And there's pieces, right, that look like they made up whole. Like, I'm imagining eggs. Am I right to imagine an oval shaped egg?
Like
no, it's
like
more like this.
leather.
It's more like the size of a watermelon, right? But they're all like broken open and stuff, and you just kind of see the bottoms of parts of them, right? And then like part of this piece over here, and it's sitting there like that. This piece here, and it's all scattered in the middle of the junk that was in there, the stuff that you're selling, the consumer goods that you're selling, which is all like shredded to pieces. Well, it's okay, not junk. The very fine consumer products that the quality goods that you're transporting. Oh crap! Oh hey, right?
I don't know if
What's going on there?
these eggs have anything to do with Miss Larson.
She was right here on top of the crate. You think she was just in the wrong place at the wrong time? And not human?
I don't know what she was, but
She had a bad week.
Obviously, these eggs are bigger than her. What came out of her?
That's a good question, Doc. I don't know.
Should we be breathing this air? Those things are fucking moving, man.
all right.
Do you look inside? Okay.
All right, settle down now.
How many eggs do I count?
That's a problem because you can't. Like I said, you see the bottoms of some of them, but you see so many little broken off, like more like it looks more like, you know, some of them are kind of like ripped off. Because like I said, it's more like flesh than shell. And there's bits here, bits there, bits here. It's hard to say. It could be as few as like 3. It could be as many as maybe like 7. It's hard to say.
Gotta assume it's 3 or else we're already dead.
I don't know if the things that we killed up there came from these eggs or not. I think that whatever's happening here is there's something connected that's not involved with either of the events here. I don't know if Miss Larson, like you said, found herself in the wrong place at the wrong time. Steruya and well, I guess Ryder is kind of like, is he even conscious right now? I guess he's conscious.
I mean, he's in your med bay, so I would say, is he conscious, doctor? That's up to you. You're the one treating him at this moment. Is he
I'm not
like?
gonna bother him. He's really fucking hurt. I'm just gonna say
Did you like sedate him so he would rest or whatever? Is that what you did? Or?
Yeah, I gave him some relaxing stuff.
I say, Ryder, you can kind of say like how much you would be fighting against that kind of thing or not, but you're super injured, so.
It's true. But I'm gonna get on calm and I'm gonna stay. I don't know what we're dealing with down here, but you need to stay on guard and let us know the first sign of trouble. You understand? Do you have your weapon ready?
Yes, I have my stunner.
Alright. I don't think we've seen the last of these insects. Me and Dixon are gonna try and figure out what's going on a little bit more. I'll keep you informed.
Okay. Can I lock the door to the cockpit?
Sure.
Please do. I like
The bridge, yeah.
day too.
Are you locking them out or locking them in?
Bridge. Both.
Yeah.
What is happening? Dixon,
Okay.
I don't know what to do with these eggs. Do we move them?
I mean, we can spend all night trying to put them together and count them.
Let's put this crate in the do we have like a the airlock? Can we put them in the airlock?
Are you worried about them?
Um,
now?
I don't
probably
know.
wouldn't fit in the regular airlock.
They're still moving. I don't know if these eggs are like.
The airlocks are
eggs
more
are
for like
moving?
people
Yes,
sizes.
the egg shells themselves, when I poke, there's like a pulse, and the filaments. You can see the filaments waving on the inside of the shell.
But the shells are all broken, if in the sense of a
And
traditional
torn. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like now that you can get a good look at them, it looks more like kind of like torn up open and stuff. But there's pieces torn off and kind of scattered around the inside of the crate.
They're all open. It's not like there's like an intact one.
You don't see an intact one, no. Not in this
But
crate.
even the pieces have some like life to them. Like,
Yes.
yeah, let's get. Well, we can't move the crate because the crate's big. But we could take the eggs out and move them.
We need to do something about his body, at least, as well. I don't understand what this thing is.
Let's get the body to your table. You gotta
Let's give the body to the mid bay, I guess.
look and check it out.
On some tests, yes. So,
Is it even human?
first things first, I guess. Can I... Is there a stretcher on board that we could use to make this easier?
I mean, you have a med bay, so I assume you have some like stretcher to move people around and to and from the
Be right
beds.
back. I'm gonna go grab that real quick.
Okay. Oops, I moved the map.
Sorry?
I moved the map by accident.
Oh.
The whole map.
Oh yeah, when I tried to move my token, I did that too. So I'll go grab the oops, that's not my bad.
You in the library? Yeah.
I'm gonna check on Ryder and Mishka as well, just briefly. I'm gonna see the monitors. Take a glance at the monitors.
You had completed all the first aid and stuff rolls, and now we rolled to determine how long it was going to take for Ryder to heal or whatever. I forgot what that was. I forgot the amount of time it was going to take him to recover all of his stats.
He needs like 2 days worth of rest.
That's
Okay.
what I remember too.
So
Not necessarily in the next 2 days, like he would be.
he's pretty injured. He's not in shock anymore. He seems to have stabilized after the work you've done. He was just shy of you having to do surgery, but you didn't. And
Yeah.
he's holding in there. Mishka looks like she's improving very slightly. She's you've probably given her some medicine and stuff and tried to keep her from getting any kind of infections or whatever, and she's kind of stitched up the worst of her wounds and stuff and put ointment on the acid burns and stuff. You can see she's awake. She's just kind of laying there and kind of like as you come in, just very lightly watches you. Then as soon as you kind of like walk by her, And to get stuff, she like goes back to watching the door again.
Good girl. Grab the since they're stable, I'll just grab the stretcher, and on my way out, I'll look at Michigan and say, "You keep watch over Ryder, all right?"
Looks at you, turns her head a little bit.
She got me. All right.
I lay there
This will make it a little
sedated.
easier.
Nice.
This will help us out. It'll make it a little easier. And I'll lay it
Okay.
down. I'm sure it's like a cool futuristic, like, and like folds out. Takes up a lot less space than it.
Yeah, it won't hover or anything like that unless you spend money on an actual nice thing, but
Which we will. But yeah, I'll help him lay this slop onto this thing. Fuck, it's gonna stain the fuck out of it.
all right, it's not too difficult with
Stretch it dirty.
two of you, one of you picking up legs, one of you picking up like underneath the arms or whatever. You're able to sit it down. It's not very heavy. I'm missing most of the internals of the abdomen section. The legs make up a fair amount of weight, but other than
There's
that,
a light at the end of the tunnel.
Finally,
Huh?
some good news.
oh, that's funny. Yeah,
Like how you empty
he's
out
took
a
care of
drawer
Ryder
before
for
you move it to make it lighter.
Yeah.
Or she
We'll
took
do this
it.
every time.
Do this every time. Every time we need to move a body, we should empty it first.
All right, so you
Stupid for just now thinking of that.
you don't have to make any rolls to load it up on there. Are you
Take it back.
okay? I mean, you get one person can wield the stretcher if you want.
All right, I'm gonna
Or you
lay her
both
on
can,
the,
it's up to you.
Furthest away bed from the rest of them, and then I'm gonna draw the curtain around it too.
Okay, that's cool.
You don't need to see these.
Yeah, that'd be an awful thing to like. Wait, as soon as he wakes up, he looks over.
You think it's a crew member?
Oh, they found this Larson.
I'm gonna say too before that I wheeled it in here. I'm gonna say to Dixon. Since you said one person can wheel it back, I'll say I'll take this back to the mid bay and see what I can figure out. But I guess look around some more. Maybe check on the passengers too. I don't know, or stay
Yeah.
where you-
All right. Yeah, I'll take care of it.
All right. Good luck, Dixon. Since I'll be in the med bay here, I'll give you my comms for now.
Okay,
Maybe,
so drag it to the
lock it
party
door.
sheet, and then you can drag it from the party sheet, and that way you'll have it.
What were you saying, Dixon?
Maybe lock the door just to be safe.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Oops, I'm in the wrong part of my sheet. Okay. Here you go, my friend.
Alpha Niner. Come in. This is Big Private Dick. Over.
And then I'll go back to the med bay.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna
So what are you two doing? Who are we following here?
I'm gonna start taking chunks of the shells, like
Okay.
however many I can sort of carry, and taking them to the airlock there.
So you're gonna start gathering them up from the crate now.
Yeah.
Okay. So you pull a few of the pieces free. Start sitting them to the side of the crate there. Okay. As you reach down to grab one of the larger like bottom pieces though, when you grab it, it's like when you pull on it, it's like it's stuck to the bottom of the crate.
Okay.
So it's kind of hard to pull, and you you begin to pull and like pull harder and harder and harder. You have the robotic arms. I know you can like do quite a bit of pressure there. And eventually you pull it free, and you can see even on the bottom where it's attached to the where it was attached to the crate, there at the bottom it's actually like rigid and hard, and the coloring and the coloration of it kind of melds to almost the same coloration as the bottom of the crate itself was. And there's sort of a it's like it pulled some of the like paint and stuff up from the crate itself with it and stuff as well. But it's like solidified, like if you took a bunch of acrylic, like and just let it dry and peeled it back up, it would be this kind of like strange rock kind of thing, but it once was a liquid. But you manage to pull it free, and you go to set it down. I need you to roll a dexterity. Just a dexterity check, pure dexterity check. All right, that's a success. As you're going to sit it down, you can see some of those little filaments on the interior sides of it all spike out. They become violently rigid and elongate straight towards your hand. You drop it right at just at the right moment and avoid getting stuck in the hand, but it looks like it kind of reactively kind of lashed out at you. You held some of the other pieces that didn't seem to really react in the same way. It wasn't until you were on like one of the larger chunks that it seemed to do that. For too long, you're able to get them all kind of gathered up in a little pile out of the crate, and you think you've got this crate cleaned out. Sitting on the floor, you begin to move them to the airlock. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's what I was saying before it tried to touch me.
The omelet that fights back.
I'm going to shoot it with my laser pistol.
Okay.
The biggest piece.
So you're gonna pull out your laser pistol from your robot hand?
Yeah.
All right. You have a laser pistol in your hand. You're shooting one of the big pieces? Is that what you're saying?
The big one that was like trying to get me.
Okay. You don't need to roll to hit. So you can just roll. You can just roll damage. When in doubt, finger guns. Oh damn, 15.
Nice.
All right. So yeah, you shoot it and it kind of splatters more than breaks apart, kind of spreading a bit. And you can see afterwards, a few of those little pieces are kind of like
Hell no.
kind of lightly crawling back towards the original piece, and they just kind of stop. I guess also people would hear that that gun was fired on board the ship. Guns are pretty loud.
That's me. The shell's kind of moving.
At least people on this deck.
Tried to spike me. It had some sort of defensive reaction. I got it before it got me, of course. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and space the whole lot of it if it's all right with you guys.
I think that might be the best idea.
Can we do that while we're in jump space?
Not as such, I guess, but we'll get an airlock and go from there. So, let me see here.
You appear to be trapped in space, Australia. Oh, that's
So I guess
funny.
while he's doing that,
It's on the middle of their ship in jump space. Yeah.
I'm gonna look at this body that's in here.
Okay.
I'm gonna gonna put all the pieces in my backpack and take them to the airlock.
Okay. Now that you know that it kind of strikes out at you and stuff, you don't need to make any rolls to kind of avoid that side of it. It has a very, very limited reach. But you do see as you move it a couple times, it does sort of like wriggle more and stuff like that.
I master blasted it.
I mean, any of the other little pieces that you're kind of gathering up. All right. And you were examining the body, Roman?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I guess I'm gonna need you to make a biology education roll, first of all.
Alright.
And a education medic roll. I'm trying to set up a task chain for you real quick. But I forgot how the task chain feature works here.
You said science, biology, and then medic.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. This'll. I got it working. Wait 1 second.
Yeah.
Before you do that.
I'm basically gonna be looking instantly. A, is this human? B, what the fuck is it? If it's not human, is it artificial? Is it biological? Is it? And then I'm gonna have some other things I'm gonna look for specifically after that. You might have me do other roles for.
Yeah, that makes sense. Setting up the roll.
Yeah, I definitely want to see what the connection is with these eggs in that body. And these bugs. Did we clean up the
Probably your
bugs?
closest one that you would have.
They're all in the airlock, yeah.
Okay, that's right.
Stocking everything in the airlock.
Fuck. This is terrible.
Now, how do I make it visible to you? There it goes.
Pretty bad.
Okay.
I could open the airlock and like all three of them have like regenerated and they're all just like standing there.
Fine with the egg. They weren't connected before, but now they
Yeah,
are.
the
It's
eggs are
mockery
like
shit.
healing.
So here's a task chain that I have up here on the screen. You can see, for the viewers anyway. As for you there, you should be able to look under the task chains button. Just click the TC, and it should be visible. The investigation one should be visible for you. You just drop your result, like you roll onto this for each of the things.
So I roll, and then I drag the roll into the task chain.
No, you roll onto the task chain.
Oh, okay. Science, biology, education. So let me roll that. Instantly checking this thing out. See. Wait, what? Where do
You
I
probably
drop
drop.
it
You
on
probably
task chain?
on the first, like the result area.
Okay, yeah. Ah,
Ah, you failed. All right.
weird. What?
So,
What is that?
what is a failure?
Do I have to call a boon before I do it, huh?
You do have to call a boom before you do it.
I thought about using it too. I was like, this will be an easy one.
Okay, so you beginning your examination of the body. This seems to be, as far as you can tell, a human that something's happened to. It's strange. You're not sure so far. It's bringing up more questions than it is answers in your investigation. It's so far this is probably about an hour of you kind of preparing the lab and getting everything set up and then beginning the actual kind of like weird autopsy situation that you're undergoing. So this is the middle of the roll. So now I need the second roll there. And see, it has a -2 dice modifier because of the failure on that last one. So you're going to use your boon? You're going to use your... All right, so we got the first time that somebody in the party is spending one of their floating boons that the audience has given them. This is, Lunatic. You gave him this boon.
You might be the reason.
That's right. I'll need to remove it from the other scene when we jump into it. That's true. He did give it to you. Grenade related. You just have to click boon when you make the roll.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm learning.
Should do it.
Medic education. Alright. Education's my best one too. Got this.
Alright, there you go.
I rolled 3 3s, that's my number. That's crazy.
Well, it's a good thing you rolled the 3 3s for a total of 11 with your pluses and minuses and such. Because now on your next roll, you'll have a +1 from it. From how well you did on that one.
Hell yeah. Science.
Which is pretty cool. The boon now gone. But after a bit more time spent with it, you decide you're just going to have to cut into this thing. You're just going to have to, like, essentially vivisect it, like, you know, take it apart to figure out if there's anything here. So you literally pull out some of the actual, like, bone saws and things like that, and Ryder, you're kind of like, ugh, like, kind of groggily awoken at one point, look over to your left in the middle of a hazy dream and see illuminated behind this curtain just the form, the silhouette of Roman, just like through a body, and then you're like, ugh, and then kind of like go back to into your sleep. Roman, we cut to you, and you can see now that, yeah, indeed, this 100% was a human, but whatever was inside of it had probably been there for quite some time, and it seems like it had been dead for probably a lot longer than you would have thought possible. Yeah, at first you thought maybe only dead for maybe 7-8 hours, long enough for rigor mortis to set in, but it looks like the body has been kind of, at the cellular level, dead for much longer than that. Which doesn't really line up with what you saw, right? Person moving and doing things, etc. But yeah, you're starting to figure out a little bit what's going on, but whatever was in here, you see these little marks all over the interior. Now that you've kind of like basically taken the person apart and you're looking on the interior of the chest cavity, you see like thousands and thousands and thousands of these little dots that you kind of first have to like really put it underneath a microscope to see, or the equivalent of, kind of zooming in on it. It's just thousands and thousands of little dots all over the interior of the carcass, I guess you would say. So now I need your final roll in the set, which is a science biology difficult, and it's intellect. It's going to be a hard roll to make.
Okay, science biology. Intellect. Alright.
That's a failure.
Fuck.
Yeah, you take it apart a bit more. You try and kind of cross-reference it to anything that you can think of that you've learned over the years. It doesn't really make sense, and you sit there and kind of ponder over it for a bit. Other than the idea that maybe something is connected to the nervous system here, you can't quite get any more information. And that's really all you get over the course of the task chain here, this autopsy. I'm going to push the calendar forward to reflect that time spent there. A total of 3 hours, which will put it to 2:40 p.m. Which my thing is slightly off alignment for some reason. It's weird. The chat. Let me see what this thing.
What the fuck? I'm no closer to figuring this out than I was 3 hours ago. What if Dixon's made any headway?
All right. Cut to either Dixon or Staroya or Ryder. Spend 3 hours. So whatever you guys want to do. Who are we following?
Yeah,
Anybody, everything they want to say?
I gave you would probably wear off by now, Ryder.
Yeah, if you want to get up, it's up to you. Still badly injured, but you can move around. Dead Space nightmares intensify.
So anything interesting happen when open the airlock.
So you having moved everything into your backpack, you kind of drag it behind you a little bit, keeping your distance from it, being wary. Hold it out. Are you like dumping it out into the airlock, or are you just throwing the whole backpack in the airlock?
Oh, no, I'm gonna dump it out. I need my bag.
Okay. So you begin to dump it out into the airlock after opening it up. Which airlock are you doing it to?
Well, I'm sort of just by default going to the same airlock where all the alien bugs are in.
Okay. So as you open the door, you can see there in front of you this black goo, but no alien bug bodies anymore. It just kind of sits there bubbling.
It looked like it's
Our new ship is so
anything
gross now.
to the hull.
Does it look what?
Acid blood.
It's just it's sitting there where the bodies were, and it's just kind of bubbling lightly.
All right, I'm gonna kick at it with my foot.
Okay. Second. Goodbye.
I'm
Have you
assuming
seen the
it
first
might be
season
there
of TNG?
cloaked. No, I'm not a nerd.
Not a nerd.
As we sit here and play Traveller.
No nerds allowed.
It's like the thing that killed Tasha.
He's laughter.
That's pretty good. But no!
Oops. Shit.
It's a tar monster.
Just oh shit, my character.
No, I did something to a thing wrong. Sorry.
Oh no.
Hold on.
Oh no.
Forgot about that.
There it goes.
Season as a guest character. Dixon's gonna get like fucking borged. It's gonna take over his body.
Gotta get up pretty early in the morning and put one over on Dixon.
Why did you kick this shit willingly? It didn't even trigger.
I want to see if it melted into goo or if it's just there cloaked.
Yeah, like is it?
I'm gonna move you to the place.
Made up the body.
It's my
Like, it's the
scientific.
same volume.
It's my
Just shoot it with your
scientific
laser.
mind.
That isn't so hard to
That
move you
was on
sometimes.
my mind, believe me. I was wishing I had my shotgun, but I feel like my hands are for it.
All right, so now we are properly on you. You can actually see you.
Stereo, keep her flying straight.
Okay.
It's on autopilot. You just
I know.
So as you kind of kick out at it,
Fuck.
it reflexively sort of spikes out in a very similar way to you saw the little filaments do, but it misses you just by like a few inches. It kind of starts to burble a little bit more and slightly move towards you.
Well, fuck this, and I'll just kind of like sling the bag, like at it, and shut the airlock.
All right. So yeah, you
Wait,
just throw your.
what's a backpack worth? 75 credits.
Oh,
I'll buy you a
no.
No.
Ryder wakes up. Are you throwing 75
What?
credits out of the airlock? What are you doing?
Well, damn, I need that backpack.
Dump it. Turn inside out.
All right, I'll do the dumping. Fuck me.
All right.
Do the dump.
So you're trying to
monster dump.
you're trying to dump it and like step back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shut the door.
Feed it.
It's
Feed
either
the
dump.
Akira.
It's either dump it now or die the
eats your
slow
backpack.
death. For
So
not
You're
having
stepping
back
as you begin to dump it out, and these chunks and stuff fall to the ground. Some of them become enveloped by this black glue that grows over top of them. And as you can see, just for a brief moment, they sit there, and then the shape, this black shape, just kind of flattens as the shapes disappear within this goo, and then very slightly it grows slightly. Continues to move towards you just ever so much. And then kind of right at the last moment strikes out at you one more time before you dump the last piece out and step back to the airlock and close the door. So I'm making one more attack. That's also a hit. I mean a miss. Opposite of that.
I was like, what?
So that's also a miss as it strikes out. And you kind of step back at the last moment and close the door, and it just strikes against the metal of the door of the airlock, and you hear this like almost, yeah, like a rigid ping sound, like something hit it with a hammer or something for a moment.
Oh well, fuck that. Guys, the shell's taken care of, but we have this sentient black goo creature in the airlock now, so we're gonna want to keep an eye on that. I'm going upstairs checking the guests. Over.
I'm covered in goo. I'm not gonna touch the comms.
Yeah, you're covered in viscera at the moment.
Yeah.
All right. How's my viscera looking?
Your uniform or whatever you're wearing, you're still covered in it. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be doing it. It's just kind of sitting there on you as a stain more than anything.
That's fine. I just want to know how nasty I look before I go talk to the guests.
It didn't react like the black goo and like try and strangle you in your own clothes or anything.
Just take it off and go in your underwear.
I'm in my armor, by the way. Remember I suited up.
Yeah, eventually you did suit up after a while.
All right, well I'm heading upstairs.
We found the missing passenger. There was a missing passenger.
That's airlock. That's airlock 3, by the way. You're gonna want to stay out of there. Don't worry, guys.
Main airlock.
Found most of the missing passenger. If you see any like kidneys around, let the doctor know.
Okay. As you're saying this and walking away on comms, you hear another cling, 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 cling.
Is there glass in the airlock?
I mean, I think we said last time there was like a little like porthole to look through on both sides.
Does my gut tell me it's making any headway?
Roll a recon, I guess. Intellect.
Reap smarts.
Oh,
gross.
You have no idea. It's throwing itself against the door. It's making sounds. You don't see the door getting dented in or anything crazy like that, but it sounds like somebody was on the other side of it, hitting it with like a wrench or something, right? That's what it sounds like.
That's fucking crazy.
Doesn't seem too bad. I'm gonna wonder to myself. What happens if a plasma grenade goes off in the airlock while we're in
That's funny.
space? And I'll
have to pilot the thing from the outside.
like riding on the top of it.
Low berth is okay. Except for the one chamber where the one body was.
5 out of 6.
Where she came?
It's all right. You're stepped back to it and you've walked away from it now. I guess we've seen what Dixon's doing. We've seen what Roman's doing. What is Stayruya doing during all of this? You sealed yourself in the bridge. Are you doing anything in particular other than just standing and watching here and jump?
Doing whatever I need to do to make sure the ship doesn't explode or go off course or what have you.
It's fairly uneventful. Time for Stayruya. Just a lot of strange things coming in on comms from Dixon and Roman.
Does it look like all those eggs could have fit inside of that body? Or no, you said it was attached to the crate.
Well, it just maybe was trying to eat its way out or something.
Oh. So yeah, does it look like they all could have came out of that one body?
Well, you get some information on your task chain earlier. You didn't get everything, but if you're asking a specific question, I would say probably make a investigation, or no, I think this would be an investigation, not a biology. So investigation, intellect, I think. It would have been it wouldn't have been difficult. It would have been average. So that's success by 1.
Cool.
It doesn't look like all of them could have fit inside especially the missing area here, because it's not the whole body. It's like a hollow structure, right? Like the legs still had bones and muscle tissue in them and ligaments and things. And in fact, it looks like the interior of the body probably once had organs and ribs in all the right places, but everything was kind of morphed and moved out of the way. And the interior of the space has all these tiny little holes, like thousands and thousands of them all over the entire space. The interior space looks like it could probably hold maybe what you have, piecing them as much together as you think, maybe like one of them comfortably. Maybe not in the perfect dimensions of it as you saw it at base, but roughly the equivalent mass of the interior of your body, or at least of this body.
How did more end up in the crate than can fit in her? All the other low bursts are accounted for?
I don't know. Are they?
All right, so Dixon, you were going up to the passengers and checking on them, you said?
I guess so.
All right. Let's go ahead and move you up there.
That Wells fellow some questions.
Hard to move you to it. Doesn't want to drag it. Why can't I drag you to it?
Martian goo in his eye.
Like not letting me drag you for some reason. It's very strange. Hold on. I'm able to move you around, but like only within the confines of the ship.
Dude, our brand new ship is so fucked up already. There's stains in the airlock. There's stains on my fucking cot. There's stains in our cargo hold. There's probably stains.
Airlocks.
What is that? There's probably stains.
Suit up, strap down,
where the passengers are, where those bugs got crushed.
And the ship, it's like brand new.
That's not gonna.
Why can't I move you?
Stain.
Of course you can.
What the fuck?
It boils in zero pressure.
Okay.
It's like one of the things they
My
changed in
clothes
the
on the
update
line.
here or something. That's what I'm confused by. Sorry. Give me a second.
And then we'll vent the ship.
Classic.
Ah, damn. My med bay is all fucking filthy now. I'm cleaning my arms and I'm gonna.
Your med bay has blood. That's literally the whole point of it.
It's not even blood. I don't know what it is.
There, I just did that. That worked.
This body was walking, dude. This body walked onto this fucking ship.
Look, the more viscera we have spread around this ship, the harder time the repo guy's gonna have when he shows up. And it's like, you know what?
You can hose a med bay down. Yeah, that's true.
It's not even worth it. It's just a
We
write-off.
have a Krang situation.
This is a write-off.
A Krang situation.
It's a fucking brain in a body's stomach.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a write-off.
So you head your way up the elevator into the passenger area. It's closed now. So yeah, what's the first thing you try and do is in here? Because you come into the space, and you've kind of had them still in lockdown for the most part. You brought them out and everything, but so everybody's still in their quarters here in their stateroom. The doors are all closed. As you come up, this door does open for a brief moment. The guy that's in there just kind of like looks out to see who it is, and then just nods a minute and closes it. If you talk to him, he'll say,
Be back in a minute.
yeah, I guess as long as everything's all right.
Yeah, sure. Why wouldn't it be? Thanks for following instructions. Just a routine patrol here.
Okay. He'll close the door right before he'll say, none of the others come out. I've been listening, but I do. Whoa, my volume's going crazy on my headset. It's weird. I hit the thing on my keyboard. It made a macro go off. But yeah, he'll kind of say as he's closing the door. None of the other passengers been out here, and I hadn't heard anything until you. Everything's good. Thank you guys for cooperating with me. And it just closes.
All right. I'm gonna go and open the dock store. Not the dock. What's his name?
Joseph Wells.
Mr.
Over here?
Wells. Yeah.
Oh yeah. You should be able to click it and open it. Can you open it? Right in the middle. Say what?
I don't have the map up.
Oh, you don't? Oh, there you go. Yeah, okay, cool. It does work.
It's empty.
Right.
Oh shit.
So you step into the space here, and look down on the bed, and there's just this set of clothes laying there, like somebody had been in them, but they're just like perfectly laid out, lined up in the center of the bed. To the right, you see the plant that you have come to know here or whatever, and it's just kind of it's once again just kind of set there, like right here against the TV. Basically, the TV is still on and just kind of displaying essentially static, just this field wave distortion that's they can pick up when you're in jump space, and the plant itself is diminutive. It's like it's shrunk down to this tiny little, almost like desktop cactus kind of level size. That's it. That's all it's in here.
Alright. I'll stop and step out and close the door.
Yep.
Alright, I'm just gonna basically walk around and kind of stop and listen at each door and just kind of make
I don't know why they're all open. We should close
I
them
don't
all.
hear anything.
You can hear voices from inside, a few of them, but people talking and stuff like that, but very lightly.
Anybody too freaking out or
You don't hear people like screaming or anything like that. You do hear a lot of like, it sounds like people like watching vids and stuff like that, like etc. It's kind of stuff you pick up when you're going by. Kind of like when you walk down a hallway in an apartment building, and you can pick up like the TV is louder than they are, so they may be talking in there, but you can't quite make out what it is or whatever. Cool.
I'm gonna go in here and make up some kind of something voluminous, something quick and easy, like a mac and cheese or
All right.
rice, rice and veg, or like a stew, whatever's easy.
I mean, since you're not trying to make like a giant meal or anything like super fancy, you probably have like essentially canned things, like basically like a big can of like whatever the equivalent of Dinty Moore beef stew would be, and stuff like that you would just kind of crack open and heat up in a big pot.
Yeah, so I would want to do that, however long that takes, and just set it out for the passengers. And then I'm going to take a big bowl into his room and set it on this side table there.
Okay.
With a big spoon.
So next to the like that table right there.
Yeah, for when he reappears or whatever he does. All right, and then I'm gonna go. I guess I'll go check on the dock.
Okay, let's see if it's still gonna be weird for me doing this. I think it is. Yeah, so I have to do this. They changed how line of sight works for the DM. It's like I can't move you through it anymore, so when we move between levels I have to I need to set up the portal teleporty add-on thing to do it more easily. But the easiest way for me to make it movable is just to click that off temporarily, then move you back over here, then turn it back on, which is an annoying thing to have to do. But it's because of how they changed how line of sight works, so I'm gonna have to set up an add-on to fix that. But yeah, you come back down the elevator and make your way to the med bay. It's not very far from there.
I'll have gathered a sample of the bone and the blood, the black viscera ichor.
Okay.
Whatever. And for
Ichor, I better know her.
For further identification, and then I'll be cleaning myself off probably when he comes in.
Be careful with that shit. It's got a mind of its own.
What do you mean?
Well, it tried to get me a couple times. Seems like the more you get together, the worse it is. It's not too quick though.
I look at it and I cork it.
Well, we got a big ass pile of it in the cargo hold. Or the airlock.
Guess better there than in here, huh?
Yeah, I would say you could probably, since you're on that level, you can still hear the ding ding
I was
ding
wondering what
ding.
it was.
Yeah,
You'd hear it too.
so
Still, really, it's right outside the bridge.
That answers a part of the question.
Inside the bridge.
Yeah, because it's at the main airlock, which is just right around the corner from the bridge. So you would still hear the little sound of like hammering.
Main airlock's nowhere near the bridge. You gotta go through the crew quarters to get to that.
No, that's right. Oh yeah, you're right. It's down through the crew quarters. You're right. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I was like, how can I hear it? Good God.
But my point was what you're getting at there, Venom, is that it's like it's just the vibration through the whole kind of sound thing. It's like hitting a pipe, right? You kind of hear it from further away, type of thing. So if you're on this level, you could probably kind of hear it in the distance. Ding 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 ding. It's like very slightly.
You checked on the passengers?
Yeah, they're all in the rooms just hanging out. I made them food. If anybody comes wandering out, they'll have something.
It's a good idea. Hell's Wales.
He's gone. He's just his clothes are there, laid out on his bed. I think he's off.
Picked up?
I think he's off doing whatever he does.
Huh.
One of his.
There was nothing left in the room. The plant.
The plant's still there. It's tiny, it's barely hanging on.
It was weak when we left him. Maybe it's how he recharges.
That's what I'm hoping. I left him some food.
Smart. That's good thinking.
Holy shit!
The zombie.
What?
Yeah.
Fuck?
So yeah, Dixon, you're just leaning in the doorway like this, having this conversation over top of Ryder, right? Basically, if you look on the map, to Roman, who's there, yeah. And about that time, like you groan as you're like waking up, and Mishka just kind of like jumps up a little bit and looks over at you. But yeah,
Right.
go.
I'm gonna finish
Hey,
cleaning
Captain.
and dry my hands. How you doing over there, my friend?
Never felt better.
Yeah, you look like it. Took a beating back there.
Shit.
We took care of it though.
You bad acid burn down your
What the fuck
torso.
is going on around here?
Try not to worry too much. Just hang out, feel comfortable. I can give you some more, and I just start pumping some more and like painkillers and inflammation stuff. And when you just relax, we got this. I don't really know, not enough to like knock him out or anything. Just enough
Sure.
to, like take the edge off. But we don't really know exactly what's happening. We have some sort of an idea. We found the missing passenger, which I don't know.
Oh,
if
are
you
they
knew we had a
okay?
missing. I don't know if you knew we had the missing passenger, but we found him. Their neck was broken, but that's the other thing, Dixon. How do you think they broke their own neck?
Which, by the way, Roman
Anyway.
is covered in blood right now, right? Like guts and stuff. There's a curtain drawn here with like viscera behind it. Like,
I was cleaning, but like I probably
Yeah,
didn't
okay.
know it at all.
Whatever intergalactic ooze came out of her chest, probably did all that.
You think it came out with enough ferocity to spin the neck around and crack it? Or maybe that was like, when
You're the expert, dog.
you
I don't
break
know.
the cyanide capsule in the tooth. Maybe that was
Yeah.
like the trigger, right? She went crack, and then the chest bursted.
I guess, but it's just such an elaborate.
So wait, we brought a
plan.
passenger that broke her own neck and then oozed everywhere?
Yeah.
Okay, so someone, God, what the fuck is her name again? Leslie.
Miss.
I wrote it
Miss
down.
Larson.
Larson, goddammit. So apparently this passenger, Larson, who Wells claims never boarded the vessel, walked onto the ship on her own accord, got into one of her low berth chambers, got out of the low berth chamber, walked to the cargo bay, cracked her own neck, and at the same time fed herself 2 other eggs in a crate with these
Had
like
no organs.
this thing that attacked you, Ryder. It was like a 3-foot insect crawly thing. It was very. I don't know if you got a good look at it.
I barely.
full name is Corey
saw it,
Larson.
Really?
Corey Larson.
Brie Larson.
Corey, Corrie.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah, I knew it was
Again,
buggy.
again, don't be too concerned. We got it under
The bugs are
control for
back
the most part.
back to oozes, and they're in the cargo
Yeah, see?
hold.
Taken care of.
So we're good.
I mean,
As
we
long
don't
as they
really
get
know
through that
exactly.
door.
We don't know exactly how many there were. There could be more, technically. Wales
So
isn't
we need to
here.
search the ship for puddles of ooze, is what I'm hearing.
I don't know if they turn to ooze unless you do something to them.
We don't really have enough
But-
people to try to find any more of these cloaked things. I don't think.
Oh, Dixon, I wanted to show you this. I didn't really get much out of the autopsy here, but there was if you look inside, there's billions of needle marks, it looks like. I don't know if that is indicative
Okay,
of anything you
okay.
experience
Well,
with
these,
this Icar.
These oozes do sort of a black spike defense mechanism or offense mechanism. I don't know.
So
maybe it
that's
was
interesting.
Maybe the ooze was inside and it. I don't know.
So whatever. Okay, so listen.
They line up in
enough
these
room
little
inside.
ridges, all these little marks, like thousands of them in like little ridges, like little marks, like stripes.
The other thing about the cavity is that it's not big enough to house more than just a single one of these eggs.
So do you think? Think one of them led the? One of them was alive snuck aboard. Then
Piloting
woke
these
up its
human
children. Yeah, piloting this human mech suit.
Was there any difference between any of the bugs that we killed? Were some looking smaller or younger? Maybe we killed the mom and her babies.
They all look like sons of bitches to me.
But when you put them all in, I will say this, because you put them all in the low birth, Roman. You remember putting her in low birth, and all of her vitals were nominal and stuff. There was nothing strange about her. It seemed like she just seemed like a nice older lady. She talked and stuff. She was pleasant.
He's talking about the insects. Was there one that seemed like clearly a older,
Rude,
more mature insect?
They all look almost identical to you, unless you're like making some roll with stuff and you have the bodies there to examine, but you don't.
My massive. I didn't move all the bodies, but
None of them stood out as being bigger than any of the others, or like no immediately distinguishable characteristics at like a visual kind of level. Maybe if you had examined them like at a cellular level or something, there might have been some differences, but you don't know. It's just nothing that you can kind of glean with just eyes.
This thing seemed to go right. It seemed to go right for the cockpit, right where the controls of the ship are.
if it's smart enough to sneak aboard and do all this, you know, get past your sensors and your health checks, yeah, it's got to be more than just a dumb insect.
So the other
Well,
thing is,
if we're all here, that means Sterillia's on
Let's
the
find the ship.
bridge by herself.
I told her to stay in contact. She has the bridge locked down, so she's aware of
Okay.
the threats. Her door is
That's where I got attacked.
right. I don't know, was the door locked or opened when you got attacked? Was it already in there?
I mean, it definitely
Did you
wasn't
see it?
locked. I saw it while we were fighting it, but I didn't like it. Didn't know what it was. It was just like a big bug.
Did it
Might
cloak
wanna-
it all? Yes. The other thing is they all seem
It definitely
to be
was at the
attracted to
beginning.
whales.
Yeah.
So it could have been here for however long. We have no idea.
And we could have bought the ship with those bugs on it.
Is there a
You
way-
heard the door open behind you, right? That's when you turned around and they were like, there's nobody here. And then you looked up and there
Right.
was like a shimmering form on the ceiling and it dropped down and attacked you.
Okay.
Yeah, Wells knew that Ms. Larson was not right even as she came aboard the ship.
Right. He mentioned that she never boarded it.
Yeah.
But the other insects seem to go. So one went to the cockpit. The others all seem to go to whales.
Luckily for us.
Lucky or not, maybe he's the reason.
So do you think
Maybe it's
they were trying to attack him or go back to him?
No, he killed him.
Okay.
Yeah, I watched him. Unfortunately, so did a couple of the passengers. One of the passengers would like a discount, by the way. We'll talk about that later.
I'll give him a discount of a foot up.
These
his ass.
entitled fucking passengers.
Listen, I mean, honestly, he saw something that makes him think that there's Odani on the ship, and I don't know if I want that association, so maybe some better words. can
Though
have
that
a
bug that
conversation.
attacked me didn't seem dumb, right? I mean,
Right. That's what I'm worried about.
they could have been here to attack Wells specifically, right?
That's our best guess. Is that
But how did they know?
you
Who
know,
knew?
Nobody wants
Who
us.
knew? Who knew with enough time to get the thing
Well,
on
Ling
board?
Industries.
They
Ling-
didn't even know. the way that we handled the Will situation was we told him to meet us right before we left. That's why no one knew what he was coming on our ship. We didn't tell anyone he was gonna board. But like,
it might have been just in case.
Right, but that's like saying you're saying that they did that to every ship that might have taken him.
Well, we were giving him a bit of the old jerk around.
Who else wasn't though? That's what we don't know. So it could be true, but maybe
you do know that you were contacted by Scout Services because they wanted you to get him out of their hair, basically, right? They were like, look, nobody else is taking these guys. You should probably get rid of this guy for us.
Set us up,
and we came in with the scout ship. Like,
but they gave you extra fuel vouchers for it.
We were kind of likely. We weren't exactly nice to the guy on the radio.
Did they give him enough time to sabotage our cargo?
But if they run this station, who knows?
And this,
they got up his sleeves.
If you put eggs in a box, why put an egg inside of a fucking person?
No, that's a good ass question right there. I don't know.
I need to go check on the low burst. Can you stay here with Ryder?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Right, I'm gonna go check on the low burst.
Okay.
I'm gonna lock the door and go check on the state radio, and then I'll come back.
Finish cleaning off your hands and stuff, and take a second, and then walk past Dixon out in the hall here, in the corridor. What were you saying you were doing, Dixon?
Well, if he's taking a minute, I'm just gonna go knock on the doors for state radio. Hey, Ruya, you alright in there?
Okay, that is further away than the thing, but yeah, keep that in mind.
What's that?
That's all the way up here.
Yeah.
Okay, so you head towards the low berths.
Ship's not that big.
No. So, since you're doing that, let's go ahead and just handle what you were saying to her. Since you knock on the door, tung, tung, tung.
Hey, Ruya, you in there? Doing all right?
Yes, I'm still here. I'm okay.
All right. Well, things just calm down out here for the most part. Still got that ooze in the. How many more days we on this thing?
1 second.
I think it's like the last day.
I don't know. How long are we?
You're
How much more
expected
jump
to.
space we got?
You're expected to come out at Asseltine, and like less than a full day now.
Yeah. All right, we'll have to hang on until then.
Yes, roughly 22-ish hours. Do
Sounds
not
good.
open the airlocks, though.
Yeah, Roger that. But we won't waste a minute once we get to there, though.
You're saying this through the closed door, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if that's actually Dixon not opening that door.
Yeah, we got things situation.
I think how paranoid everybody's got
Sarah,
now.
Jay, Connor.
Suddenly it's become like a
Yeah,
Among
if he
Us.
needs to get in, he can use his security code and unlock the door. So.
All right.
If he knows it.
I don't want any stealth bots going through there when the door opens.
So we'll go
Do
cut to
that,
Roman.
too.
We'll go cut to Roman now. You go in to open the chamber for the low burst and step in.
Oh, you
The
there, I guess.
the one down at the very end here is empty. That's where Corey Larson was at. The other 5 chambers seem to have people in them, as far as you can tell. They're slightly kind of fogged over as they get from the breathing and stuff, but not so much that you can't see into them.
Vitals seem okay.
Make a what it would be medic intellect, no medic education. It would be routine.
Do an extra scan for organ existence.
That would be done over here on this panel.
I'm not rolling too good tonight.
Well, I guess.
Yeah, but that +7.
Yeah, that +7 of yours certainly helps. Okay, so yeah, that's a +5 effect. So they do seem to be all in what you would consider to be good health, as far as you can see. And you can even see the record on Larson there as well, and she was in good health as well, as you can tell from looking at it.
Can I see if there was any changes in the moment she woke up? How did she get out of the low birth chamber?
Sure, you can do that. I would just need another roll. Probably this one I would say would be biology education, and it would be average.
I'm gonna go back in the records. Yeah, the sheet. Oh, what the fuck?
Ooh, marginal success +0 effect. Okay, so looking back through it, you can see that there was. You kind of work your way backwards from the moment like that it just marks it as being an empty chamber, and you can see like not too long before that, it marks her as being alive. Then immediately after, like faster than is normal for this kind of thing, it goes to like marking like as deceased, right? So if she had just died, it usually takes longer for that kind of an effect to kind of fade off. Excuse me. But so it looks like she died very quickly. And zooming in on that and kind of looking, you look further back through the history, and you can see that there are these little spikes of strange neural activity, heart rate spikes, but nothing for so long that it would have ever set off alarms. It was just like for a few seconds things didn't make sense, right? And all these were classified as essentially like sensor error because they only lasted for so long that it doesn't seem like it's possible they were part of a biological function. That's all the data you get. These little strange spikes throughout the time she was in there. You don't have
swipe that onto my personal
okay.
tablet. I'm gonna go back into
like Expanse style. Just
yeah.
All right. So what were you doing?
I'm gonna take that information and go back to the med bay.
Okay.
I would like to analyze some of that ichor under a microscope.
Okay, that's cool.
Also, the bone. Can you tell me if the bone felt like bone? Was it human bone?
So since you saw through it and with that whole through that whole procedure earlier, it did in certain areas it did feel kind of like bone, like when you were sawing into the skull to check see if she had a brain and all that stuff. That felt like normal human bone, and the brain felt 100% like essentially normal human brain tissue. Everything seemed like biologically intact, like above the neck, right, for what you would consider standard human biology. The bones in the ribs, however, and especially along the spine down all the way to the pelvis were almost like squishy. They were like cartilage more than bone. It's a very, very slightly kind of translucent, I should say, not transparent.
Can I look up on, so I'm gonna load that slide of the ichor, but I also want to like look up like synthetic humanoids and like is this anything that I've ever might have heard of?
Very, very, very high techs. There are well, they're skin jobs basically, like from Blade Runner, right? Level, like basically almost impossible to tell the difference between synthetic life and biological life. But those are only at really high tech levels. I would say you have a really high education, so you may have heard of like some of the, like maybe the Darien Confederation experimenting with some technology of that level, or maybe like somewhere near capital, like some one-off scientist kind of thing has like made some breakthroughs in that area. But it's very uncommon, especially out here. In Spillward Marches, which is kind of like a backwater area without a lot of major scientific powers.
Do I get the hint that this is something similar to that? Or is this just like way out of my wheelhouse?
I would say like you failed your task chain earlier to a degree that you don't get a like real. I mean, it could be, but you have nothing to connect it to that.
I guess lastly, I'll just take a look at the Ichor under a microscope, see if it's moving. That's really what I'm looking for.
As soon as you put it under a microscope, you can see that it's like a cellular. It's like throwing out a petri dish and looking at a colony of like amoebas and stuff moving around and stuff, like little or a colony of bacteria. Sorry, like moving around, it's like swirling and stuff. You're kind of like that's kind of like what you would expect to see when you look at a bunch of like a cellular structure. You twist your thing, or like maybe it's like a different motion or something. I don't know if you have to put your heads, but you may perhaps see, perhaps like or even a holographic display where you're slightly zooming in and out like this instead, but changing the aperture depth and zooming out essentially. You can see the structure continues to kind of move and change as you move out and out and out. But once you get far enough out and kind of get the focus in, something catches your eye, which you don't need to make a roll to see. It's evident. It's almost like it's fractal in its pattern as it extracts out and out and out. This sort of like swirl shape reveals itself, and then within that, this other sort of swirl shape, and within that, this other type of swirl shape. And as you get out to the point at which you're not really using the microscope anymore, you're just kind of zoomed in, like using a magnifying glass level zoom. You can even see that the surface level of the Ichor itself is not quite fluid. It's sort of like made of what could best be described as like billions of tiny glass beads that are just kind of moving like exactly like a fluid would. The properties of which kind of result in something like a non-Newtonian fluid, but when examined very closely, don't resemble any known fluid that you've ever seen before.
Is this okay? So
the golden machine of murder.
I'm gonna save that data. I'm gonna swipe that onto my pad as well, and then I'm going to.
Sorry, I was laughing at what Swift was saying.
I want to run an elemental scan. I want to get the periodic table breakdown of what this thing consists of.
Okay.
And ultimately, I want to figure out if this is biological or synthetic. And because I have a theory that it's nanobots.
You'll have to do some like spectroscopy on it and stuff like that, and expose it to different wavelengths of light and things to see what reflects and see how it handles in order to do all that experiment, which will take probably the better part of the day to do.
Okay. I'm
just letting you know.
Regardless, yeah.
Okay.
And then, so while that's running, and then I'm going to. Is there a way? Can I isolate one?
By the way, Ryder, you're up. You're awake in here while he's doing all this stuff now. So
yeah, Ryder, do you see what I'm looking at?
He is back in here.
Look on this screen here. This is the Ichor that we recovered from this body right here.
Swipe it over. It appears on the big screen there in front of the beds. Right.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
I have no idea what the fuck I'm looking at. You know how many insides of bodies I've seen in my life? I've never seen this.
The fuck?
Yeah, there's some. Look here, you can see some things here that are normal, things that I would expect, like microorganisms, things like that. They can live on a body for well after the body dies. But look at this thing here. I don't know what the hell this structure is. This is unnatural. This is man-made, if anything. The way that this thing reacts, it seems to react like an animal, but it looks like it's synthetic, like nanobots. You see if I zoom in on the way that it's moving, it's almost like a ferrofluid, like millions of glass beads on the surface of an ocean of tar. Like, I need to isolate one of these for a clearer understanding, but I'm running it through the elemental scopes right now to see what the fuck it's even made out of, because I have no idea.
That's some really high tech level shit there, if that's the case.
If that's what I'm saying, if that's what we're looking at, this is... What the fuck is it doing on our ship at all? It's indistinguishable from organic material, just about. They were controlling a dead body like a mech. If you look at these readings, and I'll swipe over the low birth charts on the screen too, I'll be like, right here, you can see these tiny little deviations in the patient's life signs. It was so minute and rapid that the computer systems considered them a malfunction or just a glitch in the systems itself. That's not the case. I don't know if she was ever alive, but this thing says that she died 100 times in a split second.
Wow.
Before
that
a
would
split
be
second.
something almost impossible for an organic organism to do. But if
Right.
it's nanobots, it would know exactly how to manipulate the system, essentially, right?
Guess so. I have no
To kind of
experience,
hide
but
itself,
It's almost like
because it
the
didn't set
perfect
off any
analogy.
alarms.
No, it was from the moment she
Yeah.
got on our ship, all life signs were nominal. Like, I really don't know what we're looking at here. And
Barry, you
I don't
literally
know
talked to her
how
when you
much-
put her in there.
Yeah, she responded to me as a normal person. I didn't think anything was off about her. It makes me a little nervous about what else I've encountered in life, but we have time for nightmares later, I guess. Right now, we don't know. I don't know in how much danger we are in, to be honest. We have a ship full
Oh my
of
god,
passengers.
if that's something like nanobots that are fucking programmed to go kill this guy that we just brought on our ship, we might have stepped into something.
Stepped into some.
We've been dragging our foot in shit since we left the planet back with Edison. We're leaving a big old shit stain trail right behind us the whole way here.
Just inviting adventure, right? That's what we that's what we're here for.
You mean your motherfucking optimism? You know half your face is burned off right now.
Wait, which side? Is it the purple eye or the?
No, your eye is fine.
Okay. Whew. Aye, good.
Yeah, most of the damage is on your torso. It's like an acid burn. Yeah.
I give it.
I mean, it looks kind of cool, to be honest.
I would say you're probably covered in like gel and like bandages and stuff like that, right? It feels like a really, really bad sunburn when you move a little bit, the like crinkling of the skin kind of thing.
Your new skin will grow back, and then you can tell all the girls about your new scar. They love it.
This is where an alien bug boiled my skin off temporarily.
Perfect.
But I am concerned about the fact that they seemed like they were trying to gain control of the vessel, as well as assassinate one of our passengers. So let's hope we.
Wait. It was trying to take our ship?
If it knew exactly where the cockpit was and the controls of the vessel were, what? I don't see another reason for it to be there. If it's as intelligent as we think, right? We're not.
So what would be the reason? Would it be
That's what I-
like to take the ship back? Right? Like to kill us and then take the ship back to where it came from?
Maybe to dispose of all the evidence surrounding the event. Maybe they're just trying to wipe.
Exactly.
I haven't heard of anything like this. Maybe there's a reason for that. This may not be the first time it's ever happened, but maybe it's, there's a reason why no one does hear
mean,
about it.
it's that high tech level.
Wells isn't from here. He's not from this part of the galaxy at all. He is where he's from. If we are to believe, the tech level is far beyond what we are capable of in this part of the universe. But if that's the case, then he must have some. He seems so innocent, though, doesn't he? Like he's just on an adventure, right? Who would want to kill him?
At times.
I've met a lot of people that seemed innocent.
Oh, he's just a little cactus, as far as I know.
Just trying to get by in the world.
Little cactus trying to make it.
Didn't make it in this human world.
Girl Mishka. I'll feed her some pocket bacon. I don't know. I'm sure there's something here.
Where's my pocket bacon?
Lollipop. Here's a morphine lollipop. Shut up.
Here's
My morphine lollipop.
Oh man.
Why do I get a needle shoved in me and she gets a lollipop? That's not fair.
Basically, I don't know where to go from here, honestly, until we figure out what this thing's made out of, if there's any more threats on the ship. Can I isolate any of those moving beads that you described? Higher intensity magnification?
Yeah, it's gonna be really difficult. You're gonna have to use I forget what it's called. It's an actual, what is it? It's a nano needle. It's a nano needle. No, it's literally like a tiny ass needle that they use to, like, in real life today, to like inject like single cells and stuff like that. And sometimes to pull apart like the stuff that's inside of a single celled organism to like see what it's made of, etc. So it's basically one of those, and they're essentially controlled by like a really tiny robotic arm that you kind of have controls that you use. This is the golden age. So yeah, you can do it. It's just going to be like a pretty difficult biology role to do.
Okay, I'm gonna damn try, because this shit's weird. Science, biology, int?
This is probably going to be it. It's not like it's not necessarily dexterity. Like you're basically kind of real-time coding what the robot does, right? You're not like controlling a joystick kind of thing.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say, because of the nature of part of what you're doing here, and the fact that this isn't an actual normal biological like cell that you're trying to like grab at this thing, in order to isolate it, I'm gonna make you roll that skill, but with the luck attribute. It's just so fucking hard to do, right? It's like, as you move this needle into it, you can see that the fluid itself kind of parts, almost like a miniature sea around this space to try to avoid it. I was gonna say it's DC 10, difficult, but that's still a success with an 11. So that's I'll make sure I'm on the right view. So that's still a effective 1. So you managed to separate one. You can see, but you're kind of like watching a tiny little screen to see what's happening the whole time, right? To see if it actually like manages to catch it. And I guess Ryder probably can even see it up on the screen here too at the same time. But eventually you see this like little nano needle, and this fluid like structure parts away from it as it enters it. It tries to avoid it almost, and so that causes you to like have to kind of rethink how you're doing it. You do just at the last second have an idea to be much more aggressive in how you're coding this thing to work, kind of against what you would consider to be guidelines normally, because it would be normally it would be too much force that would probably destroy the cell, but you assume that the literal physics of it moving away might mitigate some of that to some degree, and you end up being right. You have yourself one single cell of this black fluid, which jitters around very slightly, and the kind of a single petri dish that you've got it in as a single specimen, or more like a slide, but not a petri dish.
What do you know? Okay, I'm gonna put that under the scope.
Okay. So a couple things. You're just looking at it under a microscope, regular visible light.
Yeah, for now.
It's perfectly opaque, as in like you can't see through it at all. Normally, when you look at a single celled organism, you can see all the little bits and bobs inside. They're like little mini organs or whatever they're for. I forget what the different structures are called, but not with this. It's perfectly opaque. Like
Organelles.
Thank you, organelles. But yeah, it's absolutely perfectly opaque. You can't see anything through it at all. No light is passing through whatsoever, which would make sense if there's lots and lots of them. Why maybe the fluid is perfectly black.
All right, I'm gonna start looking at it through different light spectrums.
Okay, so you're able to push it through many different spectrums of light. As you push through many different spectrums of light, looking at it, eventually there's two things you notice. One, you're never able to find a spectrum that penetrates it. You continue to do so. It takes you, I'm going to say, probably another couple of hours of doing this research here. You have a fair amount of things at your disposal here, since you have a full med bay on the ship, like the actual structure of a med bay, but you don't have an actual science lab, so you're missing certain things. But I would say because you have a med bay, you still have things like x-rays and stuff like that, and so you even at some point try to look at it with an x-ray. X-rays don't seem to penetrate it either. It's almost as though it hits it and it just disappears. It's like it's gone, right? It doesn't pass through in any way. You can't expose it to like gamma radiation or anything like that because you don't have like a full lab to expose it to like all the different spectrums of light, but you do have enough to take x-rays and expose it to a bunch of different spectrums of light. The second thing you notice though is when you do hit a certain frequency of ultraviolet light, it darts across the slide, the petri dish little area you have, and bumps right up against the side of the petri dish with such violence that the petri dish itself moves just slightly.
Well, I guess they don't like UV.
No, it goes towards it.
Oh, it goes towards it.
Yeah.
I guess it likes UV.
Yeah, carbon nanotube syringe. That's basically what it is, yeah. This little tool.
I really wish Wells was awake. I have some questions for him, man.
So then all we need to do is shoot it with anti-UV, right?
Infrared.
Okay. Yeah, with that.
We can use that to bait it out somewhere.
Does infrared do anything to it?
When you expose it to infrared, it just kind of moves around very gently, but it doesn't do anything like I could do with the UV. It moves differently than it was when you were just regular spectrum of visible light was hitting it.
What kind of light is on our ships? Is our ships like sun? Does it have
essentially the same, but it's not the same thing as a full sunlight in most areas. There are areas like the common area, for example, where crew commons is and where the passenger commons is, that along the sides they have sun lamps basically that are just vitamin D lights to give you some vitamin D on the skin and stuff, because you don't ever get that in space really without actively doing it. Other than that, it's usually just like regular lights like you would have literally today. Like it's shining down on me right now. So pretty much the full visible spectrum.
Do we have the kind of control to like switch them to infrared lights?
I mean, you can filter the light to some degree. Going through the full spectrum, probably not, right? Because that includes quite a lot of things. But
is that thing still banging on the airlock door?
Yes.
I assume the controls for that kind of thing would be in the bridge for like changing the lighting.
I would say it would probably be in the area itself, right? Like,
Oh, okay.
the lights that you would be able to do that to the most effectively would be probably the ones in like crew commons and stuff that have like the sunlights and all that, because that's what they're literally meant to be able to do, is put out different types of spectrums of light versus like just regular visible light.
Yeah, that'd all be tied in with environmental life support.
I'm gonna go check out the thing at the airlock then.
Okay.
I'm gonna go check out the airlock real quick. I have an idea. Maybe we can calm it down at least.
Okay.
I'll go over there.
All right.
Yes.
And then, I'm sorry, what was the consensus that Sayuri could control the light, or I would have to from
Anybody can from any control panel.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you're not going to have
I'm
lights
gonna go
that
there.
can do all those spectrums in the airlock or whatever, is what I'm getting at. It would have to be somewhere like in crew commons.
Okay. I'll go where I can control it then in the airlock, and I'm gonna try and just switch it to do the filter out anything except for infrared light.
Like I said, you can't do that in the airlock. You can do that in crew commons and stuff, where the actual like sunlights and stuff are.
Never mind then.
Like in here, you could do that in this room.
Yeah, that doesn't help me though. I want to do it in the airlock. I guess I'll walk back to the medbay. Never mind. I could control the lighting everywhere, but apparently not.
You can. You can change it. You just can't change it to the full spectrum, right?
I can't do infrared lighting. I just want to make it infrared light in the airlock. That's all I want to do.
I would say you would probably have to do an engineering role to actually do something like that. Like you would probably have to have something edited about the airlock to do that. So I would say it's possible, but it's going to require people doing shit to the ship. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
So that's what I want to do.
Okay. In order to like jerry rig the lighting to put out a spectrum it's not really meant to in the airlock, I would say you could do it. It would just require a let's see, what's it called? The actual, like, there's an actual name for it. I'm trying to find it. Yeah, engineer life support. That's the role. Or engineer if you don't have engineer life support. And I think it would be, because it's an improvisational, it would probably be intellect.
Well, I don't have engineer, so I'm gonna go to the cockpit, I guess, the bridge.
Oh, okay.
Hey, what's up, Dixon?
Dixon's just sitting there, just finishing his conversation with Sterulia.
I got this idea. I was looking at some of the Icar up close, and I have a really weird theory about it being some sort of synthetic nanobots. That's as far as I've gotten, but it seems to react differently to different lights, and I'm gonna knock on the door. I'm like, Esteruya, I was wondering, maybe you can give me a hand real quick.
Sure, I can help.
Excellent.
Ship.
Oh, that would be great, Dixon. I think so Steruya, I think I have an idea. Maybe we can at least try and calm down this thing. We got a alien life form trying to beat down the door in the airlock, or I guess it's a puddle, but it seems to move slowly in infrared light from what I could see in the microscope. So I want to change the spectrum of light inside the airlock. I don't have the proper skill sets, you see.
Other than bright UV, I don't think the airlock can do any special lighting.
Oh. I'm confused. I thought you said that I could do this.
Oh, so you would have to like do an engineering role to like literally modify the lights in there. But you could do that. You would just have to. It would require like retrofitting the lights basically in the airlock.
If
That's
you
all.
would like me to move some lights to that area, I can do that.
That would be an easier thing to do.
Whatever works. Just want to shine some UV or
Okay.
infrared light on this thing to make it stop hitting the wall. That's all I'm trying to do here. See if that'll even work. I don't know if that will.
Does any of your weaponry have a laser sight? That's
No.
usually infrared.
I don't have that kind of money.
Okay, I'll rig something up.
We can at least just see, I guess. I
guess
honestly,
I'll take a light from the
Yeah.
crew quarters
Okay.
and just sort of rig it up in the airlock.
All right. So
Or
you go through crew commons and grab one of the lights, which is not difficult to extract. You don't need to roll or anything to pull that off. You just have to pull a couple of panels aside, and set down this sort of translucent, diffusing, kind of almost paper thin layer of some plastic like material that you set down. That the light, once hits it, kind of diffuses out and brightens up, and then pull this little thin bar about this wide off of one of the sections where they're kind of set into the wall. It's like about the size of a pencil or so. This like little band of like almost like a
LED
like a
light
neat
strip.
like a little LED light strip, yeah. But in a tiny tube.
Okay. And the inner door of the airlock has a window in it, so we can see in it, right?
Yeah, like a tiny porthole.
Yeah.
All right, so I can shine light on the goo from outside the airlock.
Maybe. It's a tiny
Well,
porthole,
I'll try
and you don't know
doing
where the
that
goo is at,
first.
but so when you approach the door, you can see, like, when you look down through it, you don't quite see the goo, but you do hear and kind of can feel through the door the little ping, ping, ping as it hits it every now and then. But it's like right up against the door down below, and you're kind of like looking through the thing, kind of trying to do this to see if you can see down into it, but it's pretty hard to get an angle on it. Every now and then you kind of see like a little flash of black, but that's about it.
Okay, give me a minute.
There we
I'm
go.
gonna take a battery out of my stunner
Okay.
and apply a small electrical charge to the door.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna have to have you make an engineering roll for that. Let's do
Engineering or mechanic?
I'd say either one could work for that. Mechanic or engineering. I think it would be intellect. So whichever you want to roll for it. If you have either. I think you have. I know you have
difficulty?
engineer. For that, I don't think it would be super difficult, so we'll just go with average. All right, that's a success with an effect of 3. So you manage to rig up the door such that it's electrified to a small extent. I would say having to use the stunner as part of it as well, not just the battery from the stunner, but actually in the operation of kind of jerry rigging this door. It takes you probably a little while to do all this. So I'm going to push the time forward another. To represent the amount of time that's spent on the research and everything too. So we're going to be at 5:40 now. After all the research you did and you coming here and doing this stuff, etc. That's 5:40 p.m. on one day, 11:05:086. You managed to get the door rigged up with the kind of weaponized electricity, sort of. In order to activate it, you kind of just have to like pull the trigger basically on what is the stunner.
All right, I'll hit it and see if it quits banging on the door.
A moment goes by.
Bangs more fiercely.
You pull on it, and there's this clanging sound. It hits it a couple more times, and again, and again, and then it just kind of stops hitting it for a minute.
take a look at it through the little porthole if I can.
You can see it's kind of back now, away from the door slightly, and it's starting to go up the opposite wall, and it's now covering the exterior door.
Okay, now I'll try the infrared light on it.
Okay, so you're just gonna shine it through the little porthole?
Yeah.
Okay, so you shine the light on. Are you with him, Roman, or what? Move down there.
You got that grenade launcher ready.
So you shine your light down through the hole, and you can see when the infrared light hits it, it does begin to kind of bubble up again more and more. The little clump kind of falls off of it. Starts to form a strange shape. This egg-like structure. And it solidifies, locking there onto the door. Another one, until 7 or 8, you can't quite see through the angle of this little thin porthole. These egg-like structures all form, solidify, and their color change slightly to that of flesh, and they begin to wriggle. And that's where we're going to go on break.
Wow. Great job, Gus.
We did it.
We'll be right back.
Yay,
we did
it.
it.
To emergency stop. Emergency drop.
Okay, so we'll be right back after a quick break, guys. Let some of these guys grab a little bit of food. I'll run us through our break, and I'll play the intro again for everybody so they can watch that in the middle of it a couple times as we go. But we'll be right back.
the descendants of humanity. Trillions of lives scattered among the stars. Tens of thousands of years ago, humans were transplanted to those stars by an elder species, long since extinct, whose ruins now dot thousands of worlds. In the Terran year of 2088 AD, jump drive was first discovered by scientists in the Sol system. Humans from Earth traveled to the stars and found them crowded with life, both strange and familiar. Discovering their ancient brethren transplanted among the sea of stars. 3,526 years later, we stand at the height of the Third Imperium, in what we now call 1105 IC on the Imperial calendar. A feudalistic union claiming thousands of worlds, governed by their local nobility and operating largely free from oversight, restricted by convention and feudal obligation alone. Power and wealth are controlled by feudal lords and mega-corporations, titans plotting for control and funding secret wars. Slipping through the cracks, we find the free traders, travelers, and vagabonds, taking what work they can find in order to stay free and keep flying. We follow one such group, trying to get by on the fringes of known space, where life is cheap. A ship will bring you opportunities, and a weapon will help you hold on to them. This is their Chronicle. descendants of humanity. Trillions of lives scattered among the stars. Tens of thousands of years ago, humans were transplanted to those stars by an elder species, long since extinct, whose ruins now dot thousands of worlds. In the Terran year of 2088 AD, jump drive was first discovered by scientists in the Sol system. Humans from Earth traveled to the stars and found them crowded with life, both strange and familiar, discovering their ancient brethren transplanted among the sea of stars. 3,526 years later, we stand at the height of the Third Imperium, in what we now call 1105 IC on the Imperial calendar. A feudalistic union claiming thousands of worlds, governed by their local nobility and operating largely free from oversight, restricted by convention and feudal obligation alone. Power and wealth are controlled by feudal lords and megacorporations, titans plotting for control and funding secret wars. Slipping through the cracks, we find the free traders, travelers, and vagabonds, taking what work they can find in order to stay free and keep flying. We follow one such group, trying to get by on the fringes of known space, where life is cheap. A ship will bring you opportunities, and a weapon will help you hold on to them. This is their Chronicle.
All right, we're back. All right, we had to take our little break there, everybody. Have our snacks and stuff, fill our bellies. But we are done with that now and ready to keep on moving. So the last thing you saw through the door, little porthole here in the hatch of your main airlock, as you shine down this infrared beam of light onto the strange black mass that had retracted itself away from the jerry-rigged stunner that you had connected to the door that was kind of pulsing it with electricity. Up to the opposite side began to sprout these egg-shaped like structures, quickly forming like to the size of roughly a watermelon, very similar in color, form, and size in general to the what you might expect those eggs to have been in that crate, solidifying there, locking themselves to the wall, several of them. And that's where we left off. So moving right into scene, you see this. What do you do?
Well, that did not do what I thought it was going to do.
Do we have a flamethrower?
Well, thankfully they're in the airlock, so as soon as we stop, we can just let them go, I guess. Is there evidence that they can survive a vacuum?
Who cares?
Let it be someone else's problem?
Will they stay like that until we exit jump space?
Well, so those things that came... If we can assume those bugs came from these eggs, those bugs must have grown a little bit, so they must have had some time to grow, meaning they hatched and then grew. Oh, what date was the paper? Did it say the girl, or what time did it say Larson left the pod?
From the time she left the pod, or like at which point are you trying to determine the point? Because we talked about several time indicators. So you're talking about like when she literally physically left the pod, like when it was the door was opened. Is that what you're getting to?
I'm gonna operate under the assumption that they
Because it said she died, right? And then the pod was opened. So which of those are you looking for?
I want to know when she let them out, at least. Because I'm going to go under the assumption that whatever was controlling Miss Larson's body opened the crate, releasing the...
So her pod was opened about 8 hours before the event happened with the bugs. Let's say that. Yeah.
So they at least hatched. They hatched. They had enough time to hatch and then tear up everything inside of the crate before they were released. I know that much.
What was in the crate?
Just eggshells, I guess you could call them. This, actually those, you see them, those, it was in the crate, except open. And soft.
That's not quite what I mean. What was in the crate before the eggs?
Best not to think about it too much for now. Maybe we worry about... Oh, unless you wonder if it was like something that made them like volatile. I thought you were worried about the profits, because everything in that crate is fucked.
Well, that's worrisome, but
yeah, it was just regular
if the hatchlings need food, they don't have any in here.
I don't think they had any in the crate either.
That's why I was wondering what was in the crate.
It was just whatever supplies we got for trade. What is interesting though is that the body of Miss Larson, I'm gonna do big air quotes around her name, was gnawed on. So not only was her neck broken, but the body itself was gnawed on by these creatures, it would appear.
Her neck was broken? Who broke her neck?
I guess she did.
How?
I would like to know the answer myself.
So you did a full examination. Her neck was at an impossible angle, is what I said. I didn't say it was broken.
So the bones.
Remember, everything above the neck was normal. Skull, that kind of bone, but all the stuff down here was all soft and weird.
So, okay.
It was twisted around, not broken.
So not broken.
Yeah. Not necessarily broken, but not normal. Because the bones were basically soft, her head was able to spin around to the other side. But that was not the case. When she was walking around on her own, I would have been able to tell if her neck was jelly, right?
I would hope so.
Yeah, I would too. Very concerned.
I'm just worried that someone took her from the pod and put her in the crate, and they're still walking around.
No, I don't think that's the case, to be honest. Everyone else is accounted for, and so the one interesting thing about it is that why have some in the crate if you have one in the person? These whatever. Oh, maybe I'll left out this detail. The entire inside of this body that was recovered was emptied out, and the bones and ribcage area were all kind of caged outward, encasing the shape of one of these watermelon-sized eggs. So I think that one was inside of her as an egg, but also controlling her somehow. Dixon has told me they spike outward. You saw it hit the door. There was millions of little bumps on the ridge lines inside of the body, on the inside. Like it was nesting this egg that was operating her like some sort of giant Gundam.
But without internal organs,
How did it not rot? How did it appear as though it
how
had
did
blood
she
flow?
live?
How did her vitals not indicate a single
Yes.
abnormality?
Yes, all that.
These are questions.
Because it sounds like one egg was in her, put in crate. It hatched, maybe ate some food, grew bigger, made more eggs, and then hatched and multiple bugs go everywhere.
I believe the eggs came in on the ship in the box. One was on her. The eggs in the box hatched when she somehow was able, like, look at these vitals. I show him the reports and like the hundreds of death, like the microscopic deaths that the body was experiencing during this time. I don't really know what this indicates other than like breaks in the connection between the host and the parasite. But I believe that whatever the case, this thing released these already hatched things from the crate.
No offense, Doctor, but to me that looks like a bunch of wavy lines. I don't see what you're talking about.
It's fair, right? Basically, the body's vital signs immediately dropped within fractions of a second, only to come back. Which, by all accounts, when you look at the line, is dead, deceased. The systems thought was anomaly.
Well, what do we do about those eggs?
I guess let's not shine any more lights on them. I guess we check on. We better let Dixon know what happened, and same with Ryder. Maybe Ryder is feeling well enough to come to the bridge.
We should invest in security cameras and a flamethrower.
I will never argue with these ideas. I like the idea of having a flamethrower anyway.
But for now, I guess let's go talk to Mr. Dixon.
Sounds like plan. I'll go, I'll stop by the med bay and check on Ryder.
Mr. Matthews.
You do have like welding torches and stuff, but you don't have flamethrowers.
We got welding torches and hydrogen. We could have flamthrowers.
I got a plasma grenade. Just say the word.
No! Please don't blow up our airlock.
Go.
So you're going back to Dixon. Is that what you're saying?
All right.
I am, yeah.
Fucking a
I'm
plasma
gonna check
grenade
on,
in the airlock.
Ryder.
And you're heading to the
The medical
med bay.
Roman, did the anti-UV work?
Let's not think about that for now. How are you feeling?
All right, I'll take that as a yes. Not terrible.
Would you care to accompany us to the bridge? I can. Do I have like a wheelchair? Maybe I can push him around.
I think to be
Hurts,
clear,
but I can walk.
I think to be clear, he has to
Stay.
for the healing. He's supposed to be like laid up.
What?
I think.
Okay, I wasn't entirely
Is-
certain. but
Nothing
I-
for 24
yeah, okay.
hours. But yeah.
Yeah.
What? Roll me. Roll this bed into the bridge.
No, you have to be hooked up to the equipment too. We have to monitor everything. But I want to let you know, we got this. Things are looking better.
Problem solved? We're
Just
good?
about.
The ship is secure?
Don't ask questions about what happened in the airlock, though.
You're
Okay.
too worried.
But we got this. This new second crisis that you don't know anything about. We got this one.
Wait, that we made. Can I get you anything? Mishka will keep you safe, but I'm gonna keep this locked here if you don't mind. Okay.
I will say you can see
Okay.
you can see Mishka does seem more on edge than she did before.
All right. that
Actually, yeah,
sucks.
can you bring me some food and some
Oh,
basics?
yes.
Or-
I got
yeah.
you. No go solids right now, actually, but basic is good.
Okay.
I'll hook him up with some basic. And then
Yes, doctor.
He's got hose. And then, okay, you have comms? All right. And I'm gonna lock the door so he can hear it. I'm in the outside and the door slams and you can hear the lock. Shunk. Like, okay. Call us on comms if you need us. And I'm gonna go to the bridge.
I'm petting
it down.
Mishka and I'm like,
Yeah.
girl, I don't know. I don't
Shutters
know
start going. Okay, be safe.
All right. So yeah, you close the door behind you and seal it off. Just you and Mishka in there. As soon as the door closes, it's just like Mishka just kind of like looks over at you, and there's this like little high pitched whine for a second as she puts her head back down and turns her head back towards the door and stares at it, eyes open.
Yeah, I've been patting on her.
Take
Try to
a big
calm
old
her
fat
down.
swig on my way.
I'm fine. She's just been a little upset, so I'm trying to calm her down.
Yeah, she heals differently than you guys because she doesn't have stat. She doesn't take stat damage. She takes HP damage. So like when she rolls for how much she gets back, it's like it's the whole amount. She doesn't get negative, so she actually heals back a lot faster than you do.
Huh.
Just because she doesn't get the negatives on any rolls, depending on how hurt she is. Sensor's wolf, man.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm really glad we made friends with her.
It's a pretty powerful little
Read it either.
like, weaponized dog, basically, like super dog.
Mm-hmm.
She's smart as fuck. Super smart now that she's like experienced like shared memories with.
Yeah, that was a weird thing that happened in this campaign, wasn't it? You ended up getting a dog trapped in like an actual psionic area of effect. It's basically a D&D spell that made the dog that made the dogs experience the fucking memory in your past. The dog looked so confused after that happened and just like went down the elevator on its own. Okay.
That was good.
Actual thing that happened.
Yeah, this wolf is probably damn near sentient by now.
All right. So anyway, you exit the med bay. Steroy, you were going to speak with Dixon.
Yep.
Let's cut to you guys. You just step into the bridge.
Mr. Matthews, we have a problem in the airlock.
Yeah, the black ooze is this acting up.
Yes. It has congealed and reconstituted itself into an egg,
Pretty much squiff.
which probably needs to be killed by fire. Although it didn't like electricity.
Didn't like it how?
It ran away from it.
Jesus.
But
Alright.
we do have an auto bar with plenty of flammable liquids, so if you could go burn it, that'd be great.
Okay. What? We think it's gonna work? The doc thinks it'll definitely burn.
Well, lasers worked, yes.
Alright. Sure. Alright.
Okay, you handle weapons, I fly ship.
Okay. Alright, I'll get up and go into my room.
I'll sit down, like spin in the chair.
Let's see what I got here for weapons.
All right. So you're trying to grab weapons. Would they be in your here? Would they be in here, like in the emergency equipment locker, or would you have that in like your
I've got my
quarters?
laser carbine already, so.
All right.
probably see him.
I'm sure nothing can go wrong with setting fires on a spaceship.
I know, that's like what I'm thinking about too.
All right, you make
Like
your way down.
in jump space.
Over comms, I will inform Dr. Bohr. We should purge all the air from the airlock. Not quite cycling it and opening the outer door, but you know, just making a vacuum in there. See if that has negative effect on living things in it.
I'll hit
But-
the calm thing back.
I am on the bridge, and Mr. Matthews should be coming with fire.
Oh no! There you go.
All right.
You open the door. you see
That's actually a
Dixon
good
with his-
idea. I'm curious to see if
shotgun.
it can survive vacuum. If right, like maybe we can just let it go. But all right, I'll meet him at the airlock. Thank you. Lock your bridge door if you haven't.
Yeah, locked it. That's a left.
All right, sweet. I'll meet Dixon over at the airlock.
Okay.
Dixon,
Go.
is he there?
What's this about the egg?
Yeah, we figured out how they make more, I guess, of themselves. I don't know. That's how they did it before, but we made some. Yeah.
Right.
We should Stereo suggests we try removing the O2 from the room first before we try anything at all. Just see what kind of effect it has on the life forms, I guess.
Sure.
Start doing that. Beep, beep, beep,
Just
beep,
need
beep.
this thing to sleep for another.
Okay, so you go down the end of the hall here where the airlock is, stare through the little hole for a second so you can see what's on the other side, and you can now see the same exact shape that you would have expected those eggs to essentially be, at a pretty full size in there, just kind of pulsing. They're slightly flesh colored more than they were, but there's this sheen of like black over top of them. As the black ooze around is still present beneath them, almost like a pool with like little bands of slightly like grayish bulbs pushing out of it. Only this pool isn't on the ground, it's on the wall. That wall being the opposite door, the exterior door of the airlock.
Say that again? It's pulling on the door?
Yeah, so it went to the opposite side, it crawled along the floor, and then up onto the other door, like a wall, like it went straight up it after they zapped it with electricity.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just stayed there as far away from this door as it could be in the space it was in. And then they shone the infrared into the hole, and there it sprouted. What you can see by looking through the hole, I guess I'll go ahead and say you can see all of them. You can see there's 8 total egg shapes that are protruding from this pool that is sitting on the door, is what it looks like. They each look similar to the size and shape and everything of the eggs you saw previously. The main difference being they're still kind of look like they come out of this pool. They still look like they're covered in this black, right? As opposed to being quite as pale in color. They're more gray, almost as though there's a thin layer of this black on top of them, or not. You can't quite tell. It's a strange thing. It's against the wall, right? And the gravity's on, so it's a bit weird. They do seem like to have locked into place there on the opposite wall.
So it's not moving that we see?
It's slightly like almost like it's bubbling, it looks like.
There's no way we're opening this door. It seems like it's too close. It's not close enough to like give them hell, you know.
It's on the opposite door of the. It's on the airlock door.
Yeah, I can draw it on there so you'll understand better, maybe.
It's still grayed out because of line of sight. But,
Oh, right. You can go ahead and open that door. We'll just pretend like it's closed and you're just looking through the hole since it doesn't have a window on it.
Okay. Well, you can see it got a little worse since the last time you were here.
Yeah, we're in some shit now.
I don't know that it wouldn't have done this eventually
There we go.
anyway.
Think we can't wait that out? I mean, we can open it. I can hit it with the carbine, but I don't want it to come flying out of there.
I don't think, So last time, did anyone else manage to kill one of these things, or was it all the work of Will's? Oh, I guess we got the one in the.
We killed him, but barely.
There's 8 of them. Okay.
That was only
Maybe
thanks
for
to,
now we
Michigan.
remove the O2 and we just let it chill, and then come back later and see if it's okay. When we get out of jump, maybe we can just like space it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right.
There's no doubt about that.
So let's for now remove the O2, I guess, not to give them any fighting chance.
Yeah, you're called Doc. Let's do it.
Well, so I have another fear is that some things may be able to adapt relatively quickly. I'm wondering now if we remove the O2, if they will be born adapted to it. I don't know anything about these things or how they work.
I'm more worried about it, like realizing it can't breathe and immediately seeking exit. As long as it's in the airlock, the rest of us are better off.
We were trying to figure out how long it took for the other ones to hatch. It seems to have taken at least, if let's 8 days. What was that?
You know, it took less than 8 hours, if your theory is right, which you don't know if it is.
Well, like my theory was that they hatched well before Larson got to the crate. But how long after we loaded or we left, after we loaded the cargo, did that all happen?
You loaded the cargo over a pretty long period of time, but the final bits of cargo were like loaded mere hours before you left.
And then, like, how long has it been since then in jump?
About 6.5 days.
So they could have taken a couple days to hatch.
We just don't know. We don't know.
They had enough time to tear up everything inside the crate.
Maybe she was full of the ooze. You know, her whole chest cavity was filled with ooze, and then it did this bullshit in the crate. Made a little nest.
They couldn't get out of the crate on their own.
Maybe we don't know that. I think it burst. I think she carried this on. Then it controlled her into the cargo area, burst out of her chest, and went into the crate to like nest. But if that's true, then maybe it's vulnerable while it's growing. But sure as shit, we open this door, the thing's coming at us.
I agree with you on that.
So, do we try to wait it out? Do we stand guard?
I don't think it's
Or do I step in and blast with the shotty?
it could be vulnerable now while it's like embryonic.
You would think so.
The eggs were soft before.
But what happens to that ooze when you shoot it? Is it gonna splatter?
Does it stay as in
Does that really right? Does that really slow it down? Clearly, even the dead insects went back to ooze form. I don't know. This is your show. Say the word, no. Give it the business.
I think we just let it alone for now.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to wait it out and space this thing with no more damage. But we gotta keep an
On the
eye
fence
it.
though, because we could be you know, giving it time to get strong enough to do some real harm. Well, right now it's in a very vulnerable state.
Yep.
There's 8 of them. How many
8,
rounds
yeah.
do you have in that shotgun there?
Let's say 5.
Well, that's
I mean-
definitely not enough.
I mean, it just depends, you know. I got the carbine here. We can open the door and we can shoot them one by one, and maybe they all just poof. But I doubt it. If none of those things come out here, we're definitely in trouble. So we gotta hope, even if they do appear, you know, even if they do hatch, that they won't get through this door.
I guess that's the call right now. Maybe we'll go see if Ryder has any idea.
Yeah, he's a captain. He can make the call.
You're not doing the, you're not letting out the air, just so I'm clear.
Yeah, I'm gonna just leave it alone for now. It seems like doing
Okay.
doing something has made it worse every time. I'm opt out.
One way to win is not to play the game.
Damn it, dice.
Okay, so yeah, I guess I'll go back to the med bay with Ryder and Mishkar.
Okay.
Hey, what a big. Beep beep beep.
What's up? How'd it go? I hear
Oh, it went
everything's
great.
fine.
Oh yeah, everything's perfect. We're just coming to hang out.
Solved the problem. Okay, good.
Yeah,
Can I
we're
get
just
out
gonna
of the
do
fucking bed yet?
No, you gotta
What's
stay
going
there. I'm
on?
gonna look on the body. I'm gonna start looking at the body in the other bed. Let's see if it's like, has it moved?
The body that you like completely chopped into pieces, basically.
Oh, I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, it's not really. It hasn't moved as far as you can tell. No.
Because like it still had like some of that ichor on it. I'm wondering if like the ichor is concentrating or something, or moving somewhere else.
It doesn't seem like it's moved. If it has, it hasn't moved far enough for you to tell.
Everything's cool. You see anything moving, by the way?
Nope.
Right. Good. Good.
So everything's still fine.
Oh yeah, everything is great.
Okay.
Just as long as you didn't see
cool.
anything moving or anything. Yeah, everything's great.
No.
So hypothetically, we were kind of wondering.
Yep.
We were playing
So
this
in a
game
totally
earlier.
Brain
Oh, this is
thought. Totally thought experiment here is what you're saying.
yeah. Totally unrelated thought experiment.
Okay.
This is just like something. Me and Dixon were kind of laughing about this idea earlier. Like, so say we had something like dangerous in the airlock, and we didn't know exactly if now is the right time to. So let's say it's like an egg, right? That's like
a dinosaur.
Yeah, right. And if the dinosaur hatches, it'll kill us. Do you kill it as an egg?
Because they can open doors.
Wait, I'm not doing very good at this. Am I? Hang on. So we think some more of those things are in the airlock. We're not really sure if they're in an embryonic state right now, so it could be wise to destroy them at this moment, or it could just delay the inevitable. Really sure what the right call is here. I could let the air out of the room and see if it affects them at all. The eggs seem to be it could take days, it could take hours for them to hatch, I guess.
So you're thinking like turn off the life support in the airlock, essentially.
That was
So
our
not
initial
not
thought.
cycle.
Right.
Right.
Being in jump space wouldn't be wise to do the cycling. But I was
Exactly.
mainly concerned that maybe we might be creating something stronger if we do that. Something immune to a vacuum. We don't really know anything about these things, and they seem very they're alive at the cellular level. Like, I think if these are nanobots, I'm sure it can adapt. Anyway, that's a fun game,
Valid.
right?
Valid. Yeah, so the checkers next. Got some.
Well, I mean, like,
got
what would you
checkers?
do? We still haven't really. Didn't you?
Well, in this hypothetical situation, it makes sense what you're saying. I would say, okay, I would turn off the life support, because even if it adapts to not having to breathe oxygen, what does that really matter to us at this moment? Like, I don't, right? So we still need to have our life support on. So even if it doesn't need life support, that's not that big of a deal, right?
In the short term.
As long as it doesn't get through the door.
Or us.
It's a weird game you guys play.
You're right, it's so funny. I take
Yeah,
another
it's
big
really
long
weird.
swig from my flask.
Yeah, we call it our lives.
Our
Yeah, it's a fun-
lives. That's a
fun
weird
game.
name too for this game. I mean, I'm not super prone to do nothing in a situation like what you're describing.
I rack the laser carbine. Hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
Start sighting, making sure it's ready to fire.
Alright.
I say we open the door.
If they're eggs, you should open the door and shoot them before they turn into not eggs.
All right, your call, kid.
That's got good. That's a solid plan. We're gonna open the door, shoot one, react to what happens.
All right, but here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take my comm dot, and I'm gonna put it on the doctor's like chest, because it can be like a listening device as well. Right, so I've got my comms that I'll listen through, and then I'll listen to the commotion since I can't be down there.
Right outside the door, you'll hear the screams of the dying if things go wrong.
I mean, if you want to, I'll let you. If you want to, I'll let you take his actual comm device and like GoPro it on his body, like a body cam, so you can watch it on the screen in front of you or something.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, we can link it to the screen in the med.
Like Blair Witch.
I don't think that would be a difficult thing to do with the technology you have at hand. I don't think it would require any rolls or anything.
Perfect.
All right, you see the shaky cam.
I will watch the mission
this.
as it unfolds.
Gonna go great.
So you have
I feel
how
good
many?
about this.
You have a assault
I
rifle
retire
and a
tomorrow.
shotgun? Let me use one of those weapons.
Sorry, what did you say, Roman?
I don't think my stunner will do this, Dixon. Let me get one of your.
Yeah, what do you
guns.
want? What do you know how to use?
Yeah, what do you want? Pulls out his
his
coat full of guns.
Shotgun here.
There we go. All right, I like the sound of this.
All right, let's get up nice and close.
All right.
Kill one for me.
Oh, you're watching it.
All right, it's in
What
the party
the
shot.
Oh,
Oh, you shot him.
Jesus!
what happened? Y'all aren't even there yet.
Oh, it's okay. Everything's cool, man. Oh,
Stop with your thought experiments and get to it.
It's in the party shot.
that bullet.
That's funny. They were just they were literally just passing the shotgun, but the add-on that we have that plays the Sirenscape sound for triggers, it sees the chat, just saw the word shotgun and was like, oh, it made the sound. So yeah, exactly. Anytime they trade it, it'll do that.
I'm not worried
Alright.
about all. You're damn right.
Unload the laser carbine.
Okay.
All right, so you open the door. I'll shoot.
All right.
You be ready to close the door.
All right. After you're just going to shoot one.
I'm gonna shoot one and see. We're gonna see what. Then we're gonna close the door and see what happens.
All right. You ready?
I mean, if that one hatches immediately, then we might not want to shoot anymore.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ready?
It breaks apart into 30 other little bugs.
Right.
All right, so I'll say you probably have to take apart the like to some degree to open it
I'm
up
scared.
easily. The jerry-rigged electrified door with a stunner that's there to some degree to do it, just because it's like supposed to be inconvenient. It's this jerry-rigged thing. It's not like a permanent modification, but you still can like. So it like, takes you like 10 minutes to take it apart and get it ready to open, and then you can spend like another 10 minutes to put it back on if you wanted to.
Steroid is good at this shit.
I mean, you probably have to get steroid to put it back on, but
Yeah. So yeah, I'll unhook the wires. Best I can.
okay.
All right, you ready, friend?
What are you? Who's moving me?
Oh.
I've got a rifle. I don't want to be up in the business.
Don't shoot me.
Well, you're fine.
All right.
Stay inside.
All right.
All right, I pull it up, ready to go.
All right.
Oh God.
Right. So the door opens.
Wait, this isn't a thought experiment?
Oh shit! How do I?
Yeah, it's funny that Yearly watches the whole time. Why are they doing this? Oh, Jesus. All right,
Now
so
you
the
get a real
door
good look at it when the door opens. It's really
opens,
it's on the wall.
and you see these 8 egg-like structures and they make this like strange sound, like thick fluid being pumped through rubber hoses. And it's like over and over and over, slightly pulsing. This this ever present kind of sheen moving over top of these forms. As you can see, this roiling black viscous fluid covering them and rolling down, and covering them and rolling down, almost like waves, and then kind of boiling off the side. All of this on the opposite wall, not on the ground. That wall being the opposite door and the other door, airlock door.
Do they seem to react to the door opening?
No, they don't. It doesn't react at all when the door opens.
I'm shooting one.
Okay, go ahead and roll
close it
to hit.
He fires, or after he fires, I'm gonna close that door.
Okay. Is there bonus for close range?
Actually, a negative. Now that you mention it.
No.
This is
I
Traveller.
mean, actual true close, but not like.
Yeah, it's like if you're really close.
Sick. Long range, stream range, short range +1. Short range is.
It's like half the range modifier
Short range is
on
1/4 of your
right?
range.
Is it quarter?
Okay, so that would be half of 75. So like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's within a quarter.
Was medium is half? Is that right?
I can't believe Ryder got
I don't know.
acid spit on.
I have to look at it.
It's like regular be anywhere between that and whatever. Okay, so I take one aim action,
Okay.
giving me a total of +2, and pull the trigger.
All right, roll to hit.
Ooh.
All right, that's a hit. Through your laser
Close
carbine.
that door.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Ooh, look at that.
Nice.
Pew pew pew.
Okay.
Jesus.
The laser beam hits the one of the egg-like structures sort of towards the middle, with this black fluid over top of it, and it's almost as though nothing happened at all on the other end. Just like it just disappears into it. There's no reaction at all, except for right as you're closing it, right? You close the doors, it seals. You can see through the little hole there, at up against it instead of, whereas he like is far back, it means he doesn't see the hole. You see what I'm saying? So as soon
You're kind
as
of breaking up.
oh, am I?
Yeah.
You can see that again. As the door closes, we see the little crack.
Check. Oh yeah. Okay, hopefully it gets better. So as the door closes, now it becomes this little hole for you to see through. So only Roman can see through it after he closes, is what I'm saying. Because you're kind of far back with the carbine, right? At Roman, you were like up against a wall. This laser beam goes kind of flashing in front of your face. It's kind of like, oh god! And then you close the door and immediately step out and look in the hole, and you can see now. Not only did it do no damage, there's slightly more of the fluid now. It kind of grew a little bit.
Okay, so that was a laser?
Yep.
That was a bad idea. Maybe you should use a projectile.
I don't want to splatter this shit though. You know what I mean?
I think you just made him
this-
stronger. What did I say about every time we do
first
something?
of all, I get that. This was the plan. It was executed flawlessly. Now we won't do it again. Now we're waiting.
Right,
That's
so
pretty
we're
good.
learning in this thought experiment, right? We're just
Now we're waiting.
so.
Now we're waiting.
Now we just stand guard. Set up a watch for the next 20 hours.
Make sure it doesn't get through this door.
If it starts getting froggy, I'm throwing a plasma grenade.
Molotov before the plasma. Don't have plasma grenade as the knee-jerk reaction, please.
It could damn well save the ship.
Burns all the oxygen.
I mean, that's your call if you want to try to cut O2 to the life support chamber.
I guess Ryder did
That's a
say
life
that.
support.
Yep. Let's do it. I'll cut the life support in the airlock.
All right, so you're going to, the door is still closed. You're gonna cycle it without opening the door, basically. Vent it to space, or just pump the air back in, whatever. Okay. There's no roll for that. It's just something you do. From the side, you can just do that. So it takes a few seconds to cycle through. It sounds like a pump, kind of, almost like the vibration kind of you hear on like a motorcycle, which is kind of like this really high vibration, high frequency, like for a little bit. Kind of, you can feel it through your feet, very, very slightly as it pumps out all the air. It's quite the sensation that you're used to now, going in and out of airlocks by this point. But yeah, that sensation completes its course. And there is no more air, and it is now at zero atmosphere.
I'm gonna look at it and see if the movement has altered.
It doesn't seem to have changed anything about how it's moving.
I'm gonna get my chest up into the window so Ryder can see.
Okay, I can't run up to it.
Doesn't look like it did anything.
Anything, it grew more.
Yeah.
It did not grow anymore or anything
Turn the
like
life
that.
support back on. It didn't not grow more. Okay.
It didn't grow more. It just nothing happened as far as you can tell.
We'll just leave life support off, I guess, and then it'll make it easier to. Well, I guess if we leave it on and then we space it, we'll need that suction to help really pull it out. So maybe we do have to turn it back on. I don't know. I'm a physician. But I guess we leave it alone for now.
Yeah. Leave it alone.
Alright.
At this point, it's about, instead of, it isn't quite 20 hours anymore. It's been less than that because the time's been pushing forward as you've been doing all this research and stuff. So just point out where we are. Wait a minute for a little more. So yeah, you would be about 14 hours away, a little bit less, from when you should be exiting jump space.
Alright. Dixon, maybe
Yeah, it's very dangerous to exit up early.
maybe you wanna go check on Wells again?
Leave the conduit looking in the window so I can keep an eye on the eggs.
Good idea, I'll do that.
Okay, you just kind of like tape it there.
Yeah.
It's a spaceship. You gotta have some kind of tape somewhere.
I'll go check on Wells.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go,
I'll take that from you, Doc. And I'll grab the shotgun.
oh, of course. It's getting kind of comfortable in my hand.
I know you would never want to harm a living thing.
I'll just leave the line of sight off for now until it matters again.
Get ready.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Holy shit.
It's gonna happen again, y'all.
Yeah, it's always twice because you got to put it in the party sheet and take it back out of the party sheet.
It's great though. Like I still love it.
It's an awesome feature. It just means that happens.
Boom,
Yeah.
right, I'm gonna go pop in my room and throw the laser carbine down.
There's always the grenade launcher.
Nah, fuck it. I'll just throw it over my shoulder.
Cynical.
Hmm?
I would like to check the artifact. Check on the artifact.
Okay, so you want to head down to the lower cargo and check out the
While Dixon's doing his thing, I'll just go do that.
I'll move you down there. We'll get to each of you in turn. Wow, man. Like drag racing out there or whatever. Or something. I don't know what's going on. It's crazy. Sorry, so let's just handle Dixon first, I guess, and see, since he said he was going up there first. So Dixon, you're you head on up the elevator to the crew commons area.
Around. Is anybody around?
You can see that there are some like empty bowls and stuff here that look like they've eaten and kind of placed them. There's nobody in the area though. They seem to, like, since the attack, they've been pretty like much sticking in their staterooms, probably freaked out.
That's the plan. Any tips on the table? No.
No tips on the table, no.
Alright, I'm gonna pop into Wells' room.
Okay. You enter Wells' room and you can see the clothes there still there, lined out. The bowl of stew, now cold, just sitting there on the table. The little plant in the corner near the display, basically a screen with static snow on it.
Dude's untouched.
Food is untouched.
Alright. Back down, stand guard at the airlock, I guess.
Okay. Heading down to lower cargo. You go check on the artifact.
That's one peek on it.
All right. Is my mic still normal? No, is it, by the way?
Sounds
Is it being?
good.
Oh, okay.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I don't know what was happening when that happened, but okay. So, you go and you open up the kind of secret compartment here, one of the smuggling holds that you have. You all know how to work now on your ship. And kind of the wall sinks in and slides to the side very smoothly, like revealing a seam that wasn't there once before. It seemed like it was part of the normal tiling of the actual interior grating on the walls, but with the right amount of pressure in the right place, after doing the right things in other parts of the cargo bay, you're able to open them up and you slide it to the side. You step inside, and once again, there is this sort of weird atmosphere to it. Not literal atmosphere like you breathe, but this kind of feeling that you get as you step into this space. It's almost like a pressure that you feel in here. And it kind of becomes uncomfortable the closer and closer you get to the back of the space. It's very dark in here. No lighting at all built into the interior of this space. It's just a smuggling hold. And as you step closer and closer to the back where the artifact was, you realize you don't see it at all. It's either not there or invisible to your perspective or something, but you feel this intense pressure the closer you get to it. So much so that after a moment, instinctively, you can't get any closer and have to take a few steps back. That's what you experience.
I'll discreetly shut the hatch and rejoin everyone else on the other deck.
Okay, you head back up the elevator, walking through the cargo hold as you go, stepping through towards the elevator, this time walking around the what would be the starboard side of the space. So right through here, basically. You're going around this way. You can see if you left from here, it's like you came down this way, and then you went back this way. If that makes any sense. I don't think I had the map on, so you can't really see that. But basically, you just went back this way. But as you step through this space here, when you get to about this point, you're just kind of wondering what the hell is going on as you head towards the elevator. And then you hear this sound as your foot contacts the ground. It sounds different, just causing you to look down for a moment. And you look down and you're standing 1 foot on the top of one of these crates. Up above, right where you're standing, to your right, in that position, if you look on the map here. So, if I point you at it that way, you can see the top crate there doesn't have the little lip on it like the others do. That would denote the closed lid.
Slowly walk towards the lift or the hatch.
Okay, the elevator there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through it.
Okay.
And I'm gonna
put you in the room, in the corridor with Dixon there, who's looking through the thing.
Dixon, we may have a problem. Another problem.
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah, I don't know how safe it is to go and scope it out, but it looks like there might be some more. Some crate was missing its lid down in the cargo hold. It's too high up for me to see inside, so I'm not sure if anything was in there still, or if there's eggs, shells left, or we could be dealing with some.
Start numbering the problems. Yeah.
So I guess
Nothing changed in the airlock here.
No, not that you can see.
All right, well, I will rack the shotgun. All right, let's go check it out.
All right, I got your back, friend.
All right, go down.
Got my stunner.
One second.
Stunner is set to fun. It doesn't have another setting.
Maximum fun.
Maximum fun.
Okay, you come down the little miniature elevator one at a time.
While we walk by the med bay, I'm like, everything's fine, Ryder. We're just gonna go check out this thing in the cargo hold.
Remember, lock the doors. Keep them all locked.
Keep the doors locked.
But everything's fine.
Good though.
Well, we're good.
Okay. So yeah, you step down there.
Huh?
Yeah, this wasn't here before.
Yeah, you see this crate right here. I don't know anything in there.
Well, I guess I'll go stick my mug in there and find out, huh?
Use your robot arm. Yeah, you stick your robot hand in there. Wiggle it around. See if anything bites.
So you're gonna climb up to the top? Is that what you're doing?
Climb up. Look in.
All right.
I got the stunner.
Go ahead, just make
out.
me an athletics strength. Okay, yeah, absolutely no problem climbing up to the top. That robot arm helping you so much, you can just kind of like do it one armed to some point on some points. But you climb to the top of the opposite crate that is next to it, not the one that was missing the lid. So you can get a view down inside. Once again, up here towards what is the ceiling, the space is tight, so you're kind of having to crawl to get a good look. There's only about a foot of space between the top of these crates and the ceiling above you. So you're literally like just kind of sliding your head over the edge here, so you can look down into this dark space within this crate that not much light makes it into. You peek your head over the side, and you can see immediately what catches your eye is it's completely empty.
Over comms, I want to yell, Mr. Matthews, did you kill the eggs?
Shit. So I wiggle down and pull the comms up. That's a negative. Put one good round in them, and it had no effect. If anything, it made them bigger. So
Not the eggs, but more of the fluid.
the fluid that was
Did
a bust.
you try fire?
No. I'm sort of feeling like this. If they're absorbing energy, I don't know that we want to give them more energy. You know. Maybe if we had a way to make it colder in there.
We do.
How's that?
Well, we have an empty low berth. We can make liquid nitrogen.
Well, we got a whole new problem down here.
More problems?
I'm just a janitor. Yeah, we got an empty crate.
Okay, who's stealing my cargo?
Well, I don't know. I don't know where they're stealing it and where they're taking it.
About that time, you hear.
The fuck was that? I gotta call you
I
back.
look,
How should I know? Okay.
I spin with my stunner, pointing
Call
at
you
the
back.
All right. Back towards the cargo lift itself, you see another lid. It's like kind of sitting there against the side, like if this is your, if this is the wall of crates, it's just kind of sitting here like this against it.
That definitely wasn't like that.
That's where the noise
Wait,
came
me
from?
too.
That direction?
Yeah, as far as you can tell, yeah.
Alright, well, I'm rolling up on it.
And since you're up here kind of like laying on your belly at the top, Dixon, here on top of these crates, you have a view straight across to where this is. When you kind of like uncomfortably turn, because again, you're in a crawl space, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you uncomfortably turn and you can see out on the other side, where this other crate is, this lid that is no longer there, and then this shape comes out of it for a second. It sits down on the top, and then another shape out of it, and crawling up out of it, a familiar bug-like shape.
Where did Steruya buy these packages?
Can I get to my laser?
We'll see.
Carbine?
We will roll initiatives.
Oh no.
I've got my stunner trained on the noise location.
We got home
second.
territory advantage.
Yeah, right?
Home territory advantage.
No. This is bad. If I go down, so is everyone.
Such a little bitch. You don't even look at a box. Well, at this point, this ship is motherfucking infested. Like, there's as far as I'm concerned, there's thousands of predators on here.
We gotta get a new ship.
Like, so I just saw presumably 3. That's bro. Let's just let the Reaper Man take it.
No, we'll just drive this thing into the sun and we'll jump out.
Let the Reaper
Fuck the
Man
passengers.
take it.
Fuck the
Like,
lovebirds.
oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, got put off more we could chew. Sorry about that.
As far as I know, everything on this, like every package, every
It's all
crate
yours,
on
buddy.
here,
Here's the keys.
every low berth is full of bugs.
Oh god, okay. Alright,
How did
let me
this
make
happen?
it. Do initiative. Roll all initiatives. Second.
Yeah, take it back. Be like, oh, this was like full of bugs when we got it.
Full of bugs when we got it? It wasn't full of bugs when you bought it. It was full of bugs after you bought it by a very, very short
but
period of
that's
time.
Well, then they can work on trying to prove that. But fuck, dude, let's just run.
Alright, Roman, it's your turn.
Oh Jesus! Don't stun them all in one round now.
You see this large ant-like form crawl itself up out of this crate on top of the crate adjacent to it and kind of just look around with this strange eyeless head that turns down and looks down the path towards you for a moment and then up over towards Dixon, orienting itself in his direction, and that's where we'll start combat. So Roman, what do you do?
Shit!
Wouldn't be too.
Stunner at this thing, like instantly.
Nope. Rage.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Where's my thing? This is actually the first time I've ever done this. Fire stunner.
So here's your ranges, if you're looking at there. Put in a weird spot. That's your range right there.
Oh, I see. 15 meters.
To that, so up a little bit too, I guess. So like 1.5 times that, because it's all the way up to the ceiling, or not quite half. So like, just add. Let's just go ahead and say like 18 meters away.
So you have a range of 5 meters. Double that would be extreme range.
So you could close the gap some, run up closer and shoot at it if you want to get rid of minuses.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Or take aim actions. Well, but
-4.
How I can take an aim action as a minor, or I'm sorry, they don't call it minor. It's
it's just actions. Just one of your 3
3, right? So
actions. And the music
but it
gets
takes
loud and
2 to shoot, right? To do a major action.
yes, basically.
So I can aim and shoot though.
Yeah, or you can move and shoot.
And shoot.
Right at this range, you're at -4.
And if I aim, that would reduce it by 1.
-3. If you run up, how far can you run? With 1 action?
Meters, and then you would be, then you would have a net -2.
Yeah,
Closer.
Right, that puts you
I'll
closer,
run.
but that gives you a -2 instead of a -3.
Right. I'll be like Dixon, and I'll like, I have my.
I do think that makes sense because you see Dixon kind of crawling like in this oh shit moment for a second, right?
Yeah.
And then this thing kind of looking like it's gonna crawl towards him up there.
I like brought him here, right? Like
True.
Dixon. Somewhere. Yeah, about there, yeah.
If how was it? How far can you move? 6 meters.
Yeah.
So it'd be longer than that. It would be like. Yeah, right there.
Alright, cool.
Alright, I'm gonna clear the pointers. This
I'm gonna rip
thing
it,
reacting
rip it,
to
rip
your
it.
like your screen, kind of like looking back and forth for just a moment.
And then
Whoever you had the cargo from has some explaining to do.
I drop a gun combat roll.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it's
Gun combat. Is there? What's the characteristic?
Dex.
Dex. All right. Oops.
Lay it on him.
That's not what I meant to do here.
If they taught you how to shoot. and
So it
duck,
does have
it's
small though, so that means it's -2 to hit it as well.
cool. You're totally
Do
fine.
what?
You shouldn't even be shooting.
It's
It's small.
I put a -2 on it.
Yeah.
And then what kind of do I have to select? The simple, routine, easy, average?
That would be average.
Technically, you would do. I don't know if it'll automatically do the range for him. He probably has to do the full thing.
He
So
has
it
to
would.
do the range, yeah.
So yeah, it's the total is -4 to hit, just because it's really hard to hit this little fast-moving thing up on the top of this thing, which is better than it being -6, which is what it would have actually been because of the small.
But still, like,
I don't know how to make it say -4.
You can just type in -4 where it says modifier. Just click that and type -4.
Or I could do a -3 and a -1. Does that still do it? Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if that works. I think you can only do one of those. Maybe.
It works. And then I gotta set the difficulty to average.
Yeah, it already is.
Oh, okay, yeah, I can. All right. This is the first time.
It's gonna be a really hard shot for this fast-moving little thing up there.
All right, and then gun combat energy on the field.
Yep.
Man, these threes.
Goes off. You hit the side of the crates adjacent to it. It doesn't hit it, but it does sort of like jump back in a reaction to it. Kind of a bit of almost like a fear-like reaction.
I'm gonna say, Dixon, we gotta get the fuck out of here.
All right, Dixon, your turn.
alright, well, I'm laying up here. I'm gonna pull my laser carbine off my back. That's one action, and then I'm gonna shoot.
That should be.
That is close range. 'Cause it's less than.
Yeah.
32.
It's just the -2 for him being small, basically,
Yeah. So
and then
plus
+1
No.
for close range, right?
Yeah, +1. So net -1. God, these little bastards.
That's a hit.
Heyo.
All right, now it's got 2 armor, so I don't know if it has the protection 2 on it. Let me make sure it inherited that effect.
Man, I didn't drop on him anyway.
I know, but I mean when you roll damage, so that's when that matters.
But you saying I should roll damage on top of him then?
Yeah, because he's got protection 2 on. Let me make sure that it's doing it right though.
I didn't even
I don't see it. Yeah, we don't see him.
You don't see him?
No, I wasn't
Oh
able
shit!
to-
Sorry.
Yeah,
There you
just
go.
rolled it in the chat.
I see
No,
him.
you should you should see him now. You should see him now.
Yeah,
Okay.
I see him now.
Damn, I didn't realize that. All right, let me check the effect. Yeah, he's got it. So just go ahead and roll it on there. Oh my god. Well, the protection didn't matter.
Never does. Never did.
All right. Well, you just gotta blast it apart, and it falls to the ground on the opposite side of the crate.
All right,
Ending combat.
so what did I see? Did I see some other shapes come out? Or that was just like the lid and the
It's
shenanigans?
arms, yeah.
You just saw its like arms and stuff go out, and then it pull itself out.
Cloaked figures emerging.
No, it didn't even seem like it was cloaked yet at all.
Right. Okay.
Oh, I think I meant like a cloak. Like
Dead
the tribe.
doctor. All right, let's drag that thing to the nearest airlock, I guess.
Get me running out of airlock soon.
Get out of here.
Where's Mishka?
Whose side are you on?
Mishka's in the med bay still.
Help us, Mishka.
All right, well, I'm gonna go kind of jog over, pop up, and look into this crate.
Okay. The interior of this crate looks like it's completely empty except for a very similar mass of things to the eggs that you saw before, the little like pieces of them and stuff that are attached to the bottom of this crate.
And those were not in the other.
Other than that, no, we're not in the other crate. That one that he like looked down into just looked like it was completely empty with nothing in it. This one looks like it's completely empty except for one of these eggs in the middle. But this egg is, and I will say this, slightly different in color than the other ones you saw, and a bit bigger. And as you notice, this creature here did not cloak as it moved out or anything like that, you can tell. Looking down on its dead body now, I guess that you can more closely examine it. It looks slightly different than the ones you fought earlier. Similar, but the coloration is very, very slightly different. Like a deep red versus like more of an orange kind of color, and it's a little bit bigger, not by much. Kind of like the size difference between like two medium-sized dogs.
Well, there's a big egg in here, Doc. This one looks a little funny.
Was this crate empty?
Well,
This one looks funny. I go and examine it.
The crate or the bug?
The both actually, since they're relatively close to each other.
Okay. I mean, you can use the crane once again to bring the crate down to look at it if you want as well.
where we at with airlocks?
You've got the main airlock. You've got one a level above you on the back where the engines are, the aft airlock. And you've technically got the it's not an airlock, but it exposes you to space. The whole thing is kind of an airlock that it goes to the garage, basically, up top where the passengers are. But you can't go through it from up top. You have to go through the actual fire control areas in the one level above you. Those take you up to fire control, which is where you have control over the turrets, the top and bottom turrets. And then each of those fire controls has like a door, basically, that can go into the garage. And that garage itself is kind of like an airlock because it has a whole like giant opening door. It's technically your biggest airlock. It's like huge.
Don't we have something in that one?
Yeah, the car in it. Get a sealed grav car in it or whatever. Sealed air raft.
Dixon,
Yeah.
you want to start opening these other crates up, maybe?
It's a big job. We only got. Just gotta make it a little longer.
Guess so, yeah.
You know, if we're down here checking crates, we're not up there watching the airline.
Well, Ryder's got that covered.
Ryder's fucked up on happy juice.
Yep.
He's watching.
Head nodding.
Keep hitting the morphine button over and over again.
Damn, what is going on here?
These ones are different, for sure, like you said. I look at them closer. Is there
So
like...
this one does seem different, yeah.
Is there like
Upon close examination. There's a little bit of it near the base of the egg inside the crate. The bottom of the crate seems smooth. The interior of the crate seems smooth too. It's almost as though like the paint on the inside of it has kind of been like worn off by something. There's a little bit of this black ichor that you're referring to, kind of at the base of where the like egg thing would attach, but it's hardened entirely. It doesn't look like it's at all like a fluid anymore. It's just the only like thing in that color. And when you poke it with like an instrument or whatever, it immediately like breaks away. It becomes like brittle, almost like paper, right? Or like one of those like frogs. You see those frogs that dry in the sun. You know what I'm talking about? Die and dry in the sun. Yeah.
What about what's different about this one from the others?
The coloration and the size are the two big differences between this one and the other ones. It's a little bit larger, and it's, as I said, like a deep red color and not that like orangish hue that the others had.
I think to save a few bucks, they painted our crates with insect eggs. That's where I'm at with them.
Do you think that these ones came on the ship in the crates?
Yeah.
There's nothing else in the crate.
I think they're...
You know what?
I think
Now
they're
I'm
eating
really
that
wondering.
stuff.
I'm really wondering if Miss Larson was actually okay for a minute. And one of these things woke up out of here and then went to her. No. Maybe.
Maybe, but Well said that she never got on. I feel like that means she was...
Right, that I feel like it's safe bet that that's
zombie.
not her.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna take like a minute, just a minute, just to like look through a few crates.
Okay.
At the top level.
I'll cover him, yeah. Or I'll look at the bug too while he's doing
Just
that.
like
rather.
popping the lid off.
Right, you can use the crane to like trade crates out if you want to and bring them down to you to pop the lid off and look in it and stuff.
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, if the crane's pretty effective, yeah, I would just start cycling.
Yeah, I mean it's why you pay. It's thousands and thousands of credits to add one to a ship, so that's why you get one, because it makes this kind of stuff really easy.
Spare no expense.
So yeah, over the course, if you want to pull down every single crate and check it, it's going to take you a few hours.
Right. I don't want to do that.
But
Yeah, the crane was 3 million credits.
yeah, they're expensive.
Wow. I just want to do like, I don't know, just like 10 crates.
Okay. Second.
Just like a sanity check. Do we have any cargo left? Is it all just killer insects?
Right.
Top to
Is it
bottom?
all eggs?
It doesn't take too long to do that, so you don't spend too much time doing that. By this point, it is 9:50 p.m. and 11:05:86. You've got just over 11 hours left until you're supposed to exit jump space. And you have checked 10 crates, and all of them seemed perfectly loaded with expected goods, as checked by the manifest.
Alright. Captain Steruya, we found another bug down here. He was coming out of one of the crates. At least one other crate is here, empty. But it's just completely empty. No egg in it. But this bug was a little different. It's a little bit bigger, different color. Just want you to be aware. We got him, killed him, no problem. Got a good shot on him. I don't know what to do. We checked a handful of crates. They all seem fine.
Queen bug, maybe? That was the one in
That's what I'm hoping.
our passenger?
Here's hoping.
Hopefully no more bugs are eating my cargo.
Yeah.
Did go kill the other bugs, eggs.
That's the fire. That's the surefire fire strategy.
Try fire first. It usually kills living things. If not, liquid nitrogen.
With nitrogen, you mentioned the low berth chamber. Sure, I could rig something. We'd still have to open the door. Would it be wiser to wait until we can space it?
Well, we don't exit jump space until about 10 a.m. So I don't know if we have that long. Let us prepare the weapons, and if we don't have time, we use weapons.
That sounds reasonable.
Go and see. I'll check and see if I can do something. I like this freezing idea. If anything, we can at least.
Where are you gonna get how are you gonna do the freezing? You don't have the stuff for that, do you?
Well, 78% of the atmosphere is nitrogen. Compressor from low berth should be able to convert that into liquid nitrogen.
Gotcha.
'Cause science.
Gotcha. Do low burst use liquid nitrogen?
Well, it's a cryogenically freezing, so
I did say they fogged up, I guess.
they have the potential to freeze nitrogen.
I'll probably require an engineering roll if I'm going to let you do that, but yeah.
That's fair.
I'll
probably do life support engineering.
I'll say, hey, Steru, if you want to trade, this might be a little more of your wheelhouse.
You know where I am.
All right, I'll go and switch places with Steru at the bridge then.
Okay.
I'll go upstairs, check on Wells.
Steru, make sure you're armed.
Grab a few bottles of booze.
Oh, I need to recollect my stunner.
Grab a few bottles of booze. Then you go up to check Wells, okay. You were going up to trade with Steruya. Steruya, you were coming down to the low berth area?
Yeah, I'm gonna get my stunner on the way and put that thing back together.
Okay. Alright. Ryder.
Mm-hmm.
Let me flip this over a second. You just sitting here kind of watching the screen to see if anything's happening at all on the airlock, because they put the comm device there to continue monitoring it. About this time you see all 8 of those egg shapes, all of them split open and crawl out from each of them. One of these creatures, very similar to what fought you and tried to kill you, as it steps out of the space, you can see for just a moment there, it's like it's pouring. This black ichor is like pouring off of it, and it pulls through, and the ichor kind of slops down and doesn't boil anymore. It's like it's inert after it comes off of these things. The eggs themselves fall inert to the ground, kind of wriggling and stuff very slightly, but it's almost as though it's not able to hold its cohesiveness, and the total area of the fluid shrinks down some and then kind of roils back down to the floor once more. The egg-like structures are still there, like stuck to the door, the same way that they are stuck to the interior of the crates and stuff. And like, remember when Dixon had to pull it off really hard, giggity, to get it off of there. So yeah. So you see all this unfold. And there's a slight growl that happens. It comes from Mishka as this begins to unfold. And she's not looking at the screen, though. She's looking to her left, over where Roman was doing the experiments and such on the form. And you hear this sound. It sounds like glass scraping against stone for a second, just slightly. And you look over and you can see the little petri dish that he had been examining the thing with literally fall off of the scope and begin to slightly move down the counter kind of towards the door. And you hear the sound coming from your left as you look over, and you can see the form of the person that he had been committing an autopsy on, or performing an autopsy on. You don't commit an autopsy. Began to just sit up. And it's like its bones can't quite hold the structure, and so it just kind of folds over and part of the way. The arms come up and can't quite support themselves, and it slides off of the bed to your side. Mishka growling at it. It flops over into the side and crawls about 3 feet across the floor, leaving this bloody streak across the floor. And then it just stops. And you can hear it kind of. The head, this cut out of the side of it, exposing some of the brain matter where Roman had investigated. Yes, this thing does indeed have a brain. Turns towards you for a moment. For a second, you think it makes eye contact with you. Then it just kind of stares through you. Does nothing.
Guys, that bitch is moving.
Oh shit!
Can I shoot it in the brain with my flechette pistol?
What
Yeah, you can try if you have your flechette pistol on you.
Always
The
have
one
it
he
on
keeps
me.
on his hip holster.
Yeah.
24/7.
Well, you never said you didn't have it with you, so I'll assume you carry it with you. It's fine.
Always there.
He's the
Always
captain.
there.
He can do what he wants.
I mean, he's only like half dead, sitting in a bed in a comatose position. Like that's what I'm implying, Patch.
Did
Like,
you
he's
take
been
it off
through a
him?
lot right now. That's what I was wondering.
Oh,
Would
that's
he
a
have
good.
it on him
Yeah.
at that point? Would he logically have it on him? I don't know if he would, to be honest.
I mean, I would say like if you do, it's probably
feel
not
like I would've
on
had
in a
to-
holster. It's probably like up above your bed or something in like the shelves or something there, right?
Because more than half your body is covered in acid. I probably had to remove your clothes.
Yeah, it's true.
including your flechette
And
pistol.
we already talked about you saw the big bandages covering your torso and all that stuff. So how about this? Roll a luck roll. If you succeed on an average difficulty luck roll, then the pistol's near you within arm's reach that you can grab up above your head there. If you don't, the pistol's in your quarters.
I like that.
As a success with an effective 3. Pistol's there and it's loaded and ready to go.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Or shoot that bitch in the fucking brain.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
Who let him watch Ellie?
That's a miss. So.
Is it? Okay, it's still average.
Yeah, it would still be average. So you shoot it. It hits the body instead of hitting the head, basically. It doesn't really react. It just kind of slightly moves. It kind of has been this whole time, very, very slightly. It doesn't seem like it's trying to get closer to you. It just kind of is like writhing back and forth in confusion, slightly crawling towards the door. About this time, the little petri dish kind of falls off of the counter.
I can't shoot at the beach.
Oh, please don't do that.
It does not break when it hits the ground. It just kind of falls. That's it. But you said stuff on comms to people, so.
Yeah, but
And people would hear the gunfire probably if you're on the level.
Well, it's a flechette pistol.
That's true. It's not super loud.
Yeah.
All right. So while that's happening, let's go to let's go up to Dixon where he was checking on Wells. So you go up and open the door for Wells. You can see 2 of the passengers are actually here in the common area this time when you come up. They don't look like they're very settled in. They're just kind of standing there talking to each other at the other end of the commons room when you come up. When you do come up, they both look to their right, well, one to their left, one to their right, as to make eye contact with you. The left one, the gentleman who had been with his family, basically, like, looks to you and says, "Everything's all right?" As you're coming up the elevator.
Yeah, obviously we got these bit of a bug situation, but we're dealing with it. They're all, they've all been dealt with. They're all locked up. So, as a precaution, just keep sticking to your rooms. Grab a bite, whatever you need, and take it out in your rooms.
Oh, okay.
Yell if you need anything else.
So with that, they'll head over to like the little center area you have there near you, like little table thing, and they'll each grab some of the energy bars and stuff like that, and some of the little snacks that you guys have set out. Take them to their respective staterooms and close the doors.
Don't forget that if you give us that 5-star rating, it really goes a long way. Thanks, appreciate you.
All right.
Look in the room as well as around.
No, he is not around.
All right, well, hurry to the kitchen and grab a few liquor bottles.
Okay. You have an auto bar in there, so.
I don't know what that means. some sort of high-proof liquor.
I'm saying, do you have a auto bar so you stock it with liquor? You must have liquor up here to have it stocked with liquor, otherwise it can't make drinks.
Containers.
Oh, that's fair. I guess
wouldn't be like
when you're in here, on the other side of you there are steward supplies that would presumably have some liquor. Liquor is used by the auto bar that's in the galley, so you have to have something.
Right.
Bottles of liquor.
Yeah. Okay, so you grab a couple of them.
Yep. And I'll hurry back down.
Okay, so we'll put you
Guys. Cheers.
out here. Sterulia, let's go to you.
I had to put my stunner back together.
Right, that makes sense. So this is probably what you would bid. It doesn't take you very long to put the stunner back together, but if you want to re-electrify the door, it'll take you 10 minutes to do that. I'd say it probably takes you 10 minutes to do either thing, so we can just say after all that, Dixon's coming. By the time Dixon's coming back down the elevator, you probably piece the stunner back together. It would be like heading into you'd be like out here in the hall, basically.
situation.
And would it be about that time that I heard the gunshot?
Because it's a flechette pistol, it is kind of quiet, but I would say you guys have been pretty much on edge. And he's literally yelling on comms. It's true. So I would say that's about that time when Dixon comes down the elevator.
All right, well, seeing Dixon, I'm gonna just point towards a med bay and be like, "Go help him." Holding up the just pieced together stunner, like this is all I have.
We gotta talk about my cut.
All right.
Doing all the heavy lifting around here.
Aren't you security?
You make your way down the hall. You make your way down the hall to the med bay and enter. There on the floor, you see this red-black streak of viscera from the bed opposite Ryder there. Mishka growling and looking down at this corpse that's attempting and failing to crawl its way across the floor, as well as this little petri dish on the floor now with on the inside. What from your perspective, standing here looking down on it, you can see a visible black dot within it, and it's kind of hits against the side of the dish, and the dish slides slightly like a hockey puck across the floor.
That bitch got up and started crawling towards me. I was gonna shoot her, but the last second I decided not to. I was like, I'll avoid her.
With his smoking flechette pistol.
Yeah.
Your doctor's rubbing off on you in not a good way. Not that way either. So wait, she's
hey,
still moving or what?
You step in, and then the head like turns to you.
All right, well.
Yeah.
Jaw doesn't move or anything like that, but the head like kind of flops more towards you.
Get Roman in here, see if he can save her.
The fuck no! All right, I'm throwing the bottles on the bed, and I am doing a shotgun.
Doing a shotgun.
Right, you have like these multiple liquor bottles in your hands. You just kind of toss them over on the bed, the empty bed next to Mishka here. They clank as they land on top of the covers there. And you, from the bandolier on your back, whip over the shotgun and aim it towards the form on the ground. It writhes in a singular hand, kind of reaches out towards you very slightly and up in the air. Go ahead and make an attack.
See you in hell. Let's see. Short range +1. Shotguns extra +2 if you're in close range.
Yeah.
So I'll let her rip.
Has an effect on damage too, I think.
I didn't see that, but other than just carrying over.
Maybe that was the
Higher
first
hit
edition there.
or the damage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess it is just like piling the effect on top. All right, just average. Go ahead and roll.
All right, working on
That's a hit. With a +4 effect, which I should automatically do if you.
Do I need to? We're not doing combat tracking.
Interesting that it tells you you're out of ammo.
Yeah, it's
Go ahead and roll damage. Yeah, I did the +4. See.
Yeah.
All right, 20 damage. Yeah, that will like obliterate it basically across the floor of the med bay here. And it flops down once again to the ground. It's still kind of moving a little bit. Like it's like individual pieces are moving kind of on its own, right? Like like little pieces like that were left behind, even as it dragged its body across the ground, are literally still kind of like crawling and kind of wriggling. It's like at a cellular level, right? So blasting it apart like blasts the structure of it, but it doesn't like damage all the cells. It was moving towards the door.
Like there's
to some
bits, but the bits are still like moving.
Yeah, the bits are still moving.
Yeah, this is whole Terminator 2 situation.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder where it's trying to get to.
We're trying to link up with this other bullshit, which we accidentally
Dead
put
bits?
together into a big pile.
I'm going to get to work on the liquid nitrogen.
Okay. Clarification's sake, what did you do with the bug below?
Nothing.
It's just
left
on the
it there.
ground in there.
I never would. If I put it next to Captain's car, I never would have heard the end of it. So.
Damn right.
If you took it anywhere near the engine room, you'd never hear the end of it.
Yeah, those are the only other two airlocks. So.
Okay.
So,
You might want to go get it. Liquid
Here,
nitrogen.
get it.
still, let's go to
You want me to
Cerulean.
leave this right now? And where do you want me to put it?
He's not in the room with you. So, Sterulia, what are you doing?
Setting up the compressor for the liquid nitrogen.
Okay, so let's say that that's going to be a task chain to complete that properly.
Well, I mean,
Let's do.
not really difficult. It just takes time. It's like
Let's say it would be
condensing
Yeah.
steam into liquid water, you know.
sure, but it's more like the actual jerry rigging of this thing that's not meant to do that to be able to do it.
Oh, okay, sure. I mean, anything.
Don't do that.
As long as
weird.
it's like, you know, 63, 70 Kelvin, like, that's cold enough to liquefy nitrogen in the air, so. I can basically use any component of the low berth that's that cold to make a condenser. But it will take a couple hours to get enough liquid nitrogen to pour on this thing.
Hey, thanks for the follow there, Sarnthal 123. Appreciate it.
Half a heart because I have a pizza.
I'll be right back.
Okay, so there's your task chain that you will need to complete in order to accomplish that. I need to clear it. I think I have to click in here to clear it. There we go.
Big brain time.
Big brain time.
Let's see.
You'll need to do engineering, electronics, and engineering. That's education and int. Right, that's a success with 0 effect, so it doesn't have any effect on the next roll. But you're able to begin the process, you think, of beginning to get this thing together such that you can condense liquid nitrogen. We'll need the electronics roll here to kind of set up the actual, basically making the AI that runs these little things monitor something that's not supposed to, and continue the rate and maintain environment and stuff. Let's go ahead and get that electronics roll. Ooh, that's a failure. It's a -1 effect on your next roll. which means that if you fail this next roll, you basically won't be able to. It will take you a lot longer to get it. If basically is what will happen. Should do one of these too.
Nice.
All right, that's a success with a +2 effect. So that actually means you are able to do it. It will take some time. So it will take you about 3 hours to get a reasonable amount of liquid nitrogen.
Yeah, because I'll need enough to cover these eggs. At least twice.
Okay. So that completes that. Let's go ahead and move to the other people. That's what you're working on for the next 3 hours. What are the rest of you doing?
Well, I mean, it's a set it up and leave it kind of thing.
Well, yeah, that's what you're doing. So it's not the full 3 hours, but it still takes you time to get it set up. We'll say it takes you an hour to get everything set up. So during that hour, what are the rest of you doing? Three hours after he gets it running. That is, Sarn.
Nervously taking shots in the bridge.
I'm tracking the amount of time they have as well, Sarn, until the exit jump space on the particular jump they're in.
Yeah, that should be around 10 a.m.
Yeah.
A 3-hour tour.
I'm just watching these aliens.
Okay. Yeah, there's not really a lot of movement in there. A few hours go by, then we'll say if nobody wants to have any particular scenes as you're waiting for anything to happen here.
After the hour I set it up, I can walk away from it and let it just condense because it's a collector basically at that point. I'll go to the med bay.
Okay.
Should we try a little bit of fire on the bit in the petri dish?
That's a good idea.
Small tests. Anybody have any matches?
Yeah, I got a fire starter.
This is such a dumb idea.
Good.
How the hell is fire gonna work inside of a spaceship?
Like
real
fire
well.
outside.
Like burning our O2 up.
Oh, sure.
Nah, it's fine.
It's
You
plenty.
burn candles and stuff on spaceships.
Alright, I'm gonna use my metal hand and pick up the petri dish or something and put it in the sink.
As you pick it up, you can feel it kind of like smacking itself against the side, and you can see now the little spot in there is visible with the eye, but it's very, very small spot. Roman, since you're in there with him, oh, you're not. You're on the bridge, so never mind.
I'm on the bridge.
So yeah, you can see it's visible with the naked eye. It's big enough to be visible in here now.
So I'll pull out the fire starting equipment, a little bit of whatever, and basically start a little fire in the sink, and then open the petri dish and dump it on the fire.
Okay. You get like a little bit of alcohol burning in the sink, and you pour this little amount into it. And the alcohol burns for a very short period of time because it doesn't last for very long before it burns off. And as you pour it in there, it just kind of sits in the fire, like moves around in circles a little bit. It gets little, very, very, very slight amount bigger. And that's about it.
Told you.
Like almost imperceptibly bigger, but like you can see if you watch it for long enough there for a few minutes, you can see, oh, it grew like, a tiny amount, like
Right,
less than like a tenth of
I will
bigger.
try to scoop it back into the petri dish and close it.
I don't think it's particularly difficult to do so, as long as you like use some fluid or like even like a pipette to just kind of suck it up and pop it back into it. It's not super reactive, though it does kind of every now and then jerk slightly against the side of something and move at a speed that you wouldn't have expected in the sink. So you kind of have to like wait for it. Just squeeze the pipette into your mouth.
This is a good idea, though. We should do the same thing with the liquid nitrogen. Test it on the little guy.
That's gotta work.
Well, yeah, give me 10 minutes. I'll collect a drop or two and bring it to you. I'll take a little pipette with me and
Perfect.
wait for a drop or two to show up and swoop it up.
Okay. I don't think you need to make any roll to extract some of it, so you have a very, very small amount of liquid nitrogen.
Take it over to the petri dish and use a little pipette and put a drop on the black goo.
Okay. You reopen the lid of the petri dish and put a single drop of liquid nitrogen on the black goo, which splits into just two smaller dots. Almost as soon as it touches it, and one of them,
The nitrogen does?
the goo, the black dot, splits into two black dots, but they're both smaller than the previous one. The first, it's almost as though it splits apart. The like little bit that gets touched by it can't quite do it, and the rest kind of like splits off away from that part. And the part that makes contact with the liquid nitrogen kind of moves around frantically for a moment, like back and forth in like this shaking way, and then you're just kind of waiting for something to happen, and it goes transparent. It's almost, at first you think it disappears, but then you look closer and you can see it like a little jellyfish floating there in the middle, and you can see all these little organelles in the middle of it and stuff once you put it under the microscope to look at it. It changed its form to some degree, but it's still in there and it's still kind of moving around, but very slightly.
That did something good. I think I'll go get the doctor to let him take a look.
I'm gonna die in here, man. And I pull a pin
Yeah,
on
let's see
the
what the
plasma
doc
grenades.
I know how to solve this. There's a grenade in the sink.
So yeah, I'll go back to the bridge.
Okay. So I'll probably stop the session here in about 10 to 15 minutes or so, just so everybody is ready. Alright, so you go back to the bridge with Roman.
I'll inform the doctor of the experiments and the results, and let him know that this is more your study. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Well, it makes two of us, really, honestly.
But yeah, the corpse, it should not crawl around.
Hey, Natsu.
Yeah,
That's
that was
weird.
real.
Hey.
He really, I thought he was, I maybe like gave him too much morphine or something. He really saw that corpse start moving.
Yeah.
Okay, well then, that's nerve-wracking.
Yes, it's very, very off-putting.
A little, yes, that's... Alright, let me go check out this sample we have. You exposed it to flame, and it seemed to have absorbed it. Interesting, I would not have expected that reaction. I guess it makes sense. It was absorbing all the light I was throwing at it earlier.
Yes, and it did react quite energetically to the infrared.
It's true. I thought it was having the inverse reaction. This is really weird. And the liquid nitrogen you said. turned
Yes,
into
you
a
should go take a
separate
look at
form.
it. That
All right,
looks
I'll
very
do
weird.
that. I'll go rush away.
Alright.
Check
You
that
head
thing out.
back down to the med bay.
Your med bay is covered in a fine sheen of Zombie guts.
Yeah, so you do come into the med bay, and the body is on the ground now with like shotgun holes in it, and there's splattered blood on the ground to some degree. They've kind of pushed it to the side a bit to work around it here.
My fucking med bay.
They have the petri dish now, just like slid down up underneath your little microscope area with one of the things pulled up on it. They're kind of just like Dick's just kind of staring at it, like barely understanding how to use the equipment, but.
Get back. You're gonna break something.
He's been in like forensic labs and stuff, right? So he's not completely alien to him.
But killing things.
We did that. I point to the woman on the ground.
Yeah, true. True.
But how many times?
Let's not look at that for now, I guess.
We have to kill.
Let's clean that one up too.
Its charm.
Starting to get a lot of bodies around here.
That's my fucking med lab. Alright. Oh jeez. Okay. This is a mess. Alright. This was so nice like 24 hours ago, you guys. Okay. Okay, anyway. Whoa, alright.
Happens fast.
I take a look at this sample.
So now looking under the microscope at it, you can see that there are two samples in there. One is basically split off, and there's multiple cells in each of these, and one is still completely opaque and you can't see through it at all. When you look at the actual one that is now kind of clear in structure, you can see all these organelles and stuff very clearly in the interior, and you were wrong. That's biological. In fact, it's mostly just water. But every spectrum of light you throw at it now, including visible, it penetrates it. You can look at it. You weren't able to do any of that before. It reacts very slightly to things. It just kind of moves around very lightly, but no more than you would expect like a group of amoebas or something to do in a petri dish.
I'm gonna separate it and put it.
Looking at it now, I will say you don't even need to make this roll because of your previous rolls in the space regarding this thing. It looks probably the most like an algae.
I'm gonna separate this one and expose it to a little bit of UV light.
Okay, so separate it off, shine a little bit of UV light on one side of it to see if it has the same reaction, and it does. It tries to go to the like with the same speed and everything that it did before, where like would smack right up against the side of the dish or the slide. And towards it does that, but this time when it does it, it just pops and splatters. All the cells are gone. They've all opened up and released their inner fluids and such into the space.
And it doesn't reconstitute itself?
No.
We need to freeze it and then hit it with UV light.
I don't think the light is what killed it. I do think that it's now vulnerable. But it seems like we're looking at something that's been... A biological mechanism has been hijacked by an artificial means. It's acting as some sort of like a shield around the cell, but is almost like they're working in tandem. It's almost like they took the cell of a simple plant like algae and then were able to put like a programmable shell around it. But it still maintains some sort of memory because it tried to do the same things as it did with the shell. So maybe it was grown from the start with intent. Whatever the case, freezing it definitely seems to do the trick. Steruya, you hear that? Clever thinking. Looks like we'll be able to freeze this thing. Oh no. Yes, SR. We just have to wait.
I'll say this, since you have it under this scope and it's split, the piece that you did not expose to the UV light, that was not transparent to see through, it's still opaque. Having looked at it now after all this exposure and everything, you can see that it also is emitting a very, very, very tiny amount of UV light itself.
It wasn't doing that before?
It was doing it to, right after the liquid nitrogen hit it, so not the when you were examining it before. After it split, it did it. So basically after it split. It's very, very slight amount, and it's kind of like fading as you watch it, like it's getting less and less bright. Until eventually it goes away, it's just opaque again and moves around the same way you've seen it.
Looks like it's absorbing light as energy and is able to store it in the cells.
So having said that, since you have it underneath the microscope and you say that, you can see at a cellular level in the transparent one, before it smashed itself against the thing, just kind of running back the footage or whatever from your scopes, you can see that when it started to take that light, it started to grow. Not split, but grow. As though its mass literally increased. So its mass began to increase by a percentage of the amount of light that it began to absorb. And because of that, I'll say, since you said the words, made the realization, I'm going to make you make a science roll. Science education. Flat science education, because you don't have the particular specific science skill.
Education. Ooh, yeah.
Okay. This is biological. You're not sure how, but somehow the structure of this thing's form is on a biological level producing matter energy conversion the same way algae would do photosynthesis. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session. And we'll pick up next week with him making that realization and looking away from his scopes.
What the fuck?
You have to shut off all lights on the ship and go in total pitch black. It's the only way.
What does this... But... Wells is the same kind of thing.
Yeah, I think these are like a different species, like whales, that are like his nemesis.
Remember what Wells called him?
No.
First brood.
Oh yes, I remember that.
All right, so yeah, that's where we're gonna end tonight's session, everybody. Thanks for watching so much. Some of us might play some video games or something after. I don't know. I might play some games, so I'll probably keep this stream running for a little bit, maybe on break after we go through it. But before we get to our credits and thank all of our lovely viewers out there, I'd like to do a favorite moments for everybody here tonight. So basically, I'm just gonna go through and pick one of you. Everybody think of a favorite moment that somebody else did, or a favorite moment you had with somebody, and we'll just quickly discuss each of those before we go through. Just a way of spreading some positivity around the community and giving people kind of an example of how to appreciate one another and their group. Because when we talk a lot about things like found family and things like that in role-playing games, in the party we talk about in world, but the truth is it happens to the party itself, right? To the people within it, the players that run it. And so let's talk for a moment about what we enjoyed tonight. So I'll start. I really liked the moment with Dixon crawling on top of the thing, and it came up, and there was this like Aliens moment of you like in the vent. It reminded me of when we watched Aliens the other night, and it was the scene with them crawling through the vent when he looks up through the top, right? And they're all crawling on the ceiling towards him. Yeah, that was really cool. I was also pretty pleasantly surprised that you were able to kill it in one shot like that. I didn't expect that because it took you so long to kill it before.
Run, buddy.
You just kept missing them so much last time. I think when you fought them, that was a cool moment. But getting more into the role playing, I really liked some of the how much you guys stayed in character and like thought through the process and started to dive into the science and like try to solve a scientific mystery, which is fun. You know, that was really fun.
Yeah, that was so neat.
Yeah. So since you just mentioned it, Roman, why don't you go ahead? Society, why don't you talk for a moment about what you like tonight?
I thought the utilization of the technology at our fingertips was like so like visceral and well, like it's a really hard thing to imagine something together, right? Like it's such an abstract concept, and I think that like all of us in our sci-fi backgrounds and interests are really able to like kind of get on the same page with a lot of the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's like my favorite moment tonight by far has got to be when Patch did the fucking liquid nitrogen thing, because that's so creative, you know. And it's like the way that he thought about the process and what he could use at his fingertips was so fucking cool, and definitely the kind of shit that I think we need to start really doing, right? Like that kind of creativity is gonna save our lives. Like
it's a role-playing game, right?
Idea, so.
It's the same kind of thing you would do with Magic and stuff in like a D&D game, right? But it's the technology all around you. You know, if you're on a spaceship, you know, play like you're on a spaceship. It's really cool.
Yeah, 100%. It was really cool to see that.
Well, you got tagged there, Psycho. Why don't you go ahead and say what you enjoyed?
I enjoyed Squiff. He cracked me up. Like all
That's
of
true.
chat. Like, oh man.
Squiff was really funny tonight. So was Gerbil. It was some pretty good jokes in the chat tonight from everybody. I really enjoyed that. I really appreciate our viewers out there.
But as for role-playing moments, just the description of the corpse pulling itself up off the table, starting to move around again. It's just, oh man, it's like horror movie style descriptions.
Yeah, we have spilled into a little bit of space horror here in season 2 of Chronicle, haven't we? It wasn't a lot of that in season 1, but it does seem like it's present so far. We'll see. It's all in the dice. What about you there, Dixon? My friend, Lord Venom 1.
Sort of that same scene. I just felt like that sort of hospital bed scene with this weird zombie crawling up the bed was kind of, and him reaching for his like pistol. It felt like that was like really like a real moment. Like you could just visualize that whole scene.
Right. Like we
Army of
left
Darkness,
him in the room with a corpse.
Yes, right.
Everything
And
should have been
it's,
fine,
moving.
right? Like so sweet.
Exactly.
And he was
Him,
locked in the
dog,
room with
it's
it
like-
too.
Yeah, it's true.
By himself. It was so perfect. Like such a great horror movie scene. And like I left the petri dish out too. Like as soon as you started talking about it, I was like, oh god damn it. I was like, I should have put that fucking thing away. But like that was really fucking cool.
But just echo what you guys talking about in terms of the general like science, you know, I feel like we got pretty in depth in a way that you wouldn't in a lot of other systems, or even like
True.
a lot of like TV or movies would have been much more superficial, I think, than even we got. So that's cool.
Yeah, I think we dove pretty hard into like, this is a space opera game, but we dove pretty far into the direction of hard science fiction here, which is really cool.
Yeah, like that as a puzzle, as a scenario, is interesting because it's something that's unique.
Thanks for the follow, by the way, Sarn. I don't know if I said that earlier. Appreciate it, bud.
Full heartedness.
And all the chat. Thanks for we
That was really
appreciate
fun.
People
Yeah, it was great hanging out with everybody.
participate
Like
and
always.
Mhm.
chime in.
I liked that Roman used his floating boon too. That was cool. That Gerbil gave him before. Or not Gerbil. It was who gave it to you before? It was Lunatic. Lunatic gave it to you before. That's right. Yeah, that's awesome. Super cool.
You're gonna wish you had that when you fire that grenade launcher.
Yeah. Well, hey, maybe you'll get another one. There's plenty of channel points being spread around out there now, so people will start spinning them on boons. We'll see what happens. What about you, Mad Cow? What did you enjoy tonight? What was your favorite moment?
Well, to go along with the science and technology theme, that was pretty fun because Ryder doesn't know anything about that, so
Sure.
I got to like kind of quote unquote play dumb, I guess, and that was a lot of fun. It was fun to be able to just kind of be like, oh, anti-UV, and like,
Yeah.
oh, shoot the UV at it to kill it, and just like it's fun.
It still gave me an idea, right? Like, that's really funny. That's like
was
some
cool that it did. Yeah,
Jack
it still
O'Neill
gave you
shit,
an
right? Like, shoot the magic laser beam at it.
Yeah. Magnets, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of a thing.
You know what? If we reverse the polarization.
It was pretty cool too. It was cool too to like come up with an idea that worked and introduce it in a way like that too, right? It's like the stumbling into it kind of thing. I thought that was pretty well role played. I thought it was interesting to see you role play the way you did tonight too, because you really were in a bad position to do so, because we are so zoomed in on this moment and you're really badly injured, so you are stuck in the med bay. But you did make it work. You did things with the camera on the wall and watching the people, having the people thing that put the camera up so you could watch the events that were going on, and using your radio to communicate with people. And you woke up like groaning and all this stuff in the middle of it. I thought that was well played. That was really fun. That was really good.
I liked when I was like, I don't really tend to, what did I say? Something like I don't tend to not do things or to leave things. And Dixon was like, cocked a shotgun.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
That was a good moment too. I really like that. But thanks again, everybody out there: Lunatic, Gerbil, Sarn, Squiff, everybody out there in our land of viewers. We really appreciate you guys sticking around. I know our sessions are exceedingly long sometimes. This one here, probably the better part of like 5 hours of us actual role playing, roughly speaking. Maybe a little bit less, a little bit more, given the breaks in between. But yeah, that was a good session. I really appreciate you guys coming out. We'll be back here next week. Don't forget to tune in to Screen Room tomorrow, where we'll be watching Star Trek The Next Generation, right in the middle of season 4 of that, making our way through the whole franchise. But thanks again, everybody. Yeah, and we'll see you later. I'll keep the stream up for a while after the credits roll, but so stick around. If we play video games, maybe we'll be on stream. We'll see what happens. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, thanks
See you next week.